All rise, please.
Good morning. If you'd please join me in O Canada, followed by a moment of quiet contemplation. Okay, I'll look for my clerk for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, members. We do have all members of council present with a couple of exceptions. We have regrets from Councillor Bell with alternate Councillor Snutch in attendance, and regrets from Councillor Evans with alternate Councillor Walma in attendance, and you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
You were too quick. I was still unlocking my computer. So if I can go to Councillor Dolan for approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by alternate Councillor Walma that the agenda for March 25th, 2025 meeting of County Council be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have hang on a minute. Self-organized here. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Not seeing any, but if you find yourself in that situation, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, we have none, and the consent agenda. Councillor Burkett, if you would.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the Council Communications and Proclamations March the 11th, 2025 to March the 24th, 2025 have been given due consideration, be received.
Any questions on the proclamations? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of council minutes and confirmation of the committee reports. Deputy Warden, please.
Good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Locke, that the following council minutes be confirmed and adopted, and committee of the whole reports confirmed. County Council minutes, March 11th, 2025. County Composition Public Meeting Special Council Minutes, March 11th, 2025. Committee of the Whole Report, March 11th, 2025. And Committee of the Whole Confidential Report, March 11th, 2025.
Any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? Thank you. So now we're on to the Committee of the Whole reports, and I'll start with Councillor Measures, Performance Management. Oh, sorry. Better get this right. Sorry, Councillor Norcross, Performance Management.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, of course, moved by myself, second by Councillor Misgivens. The performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated March 11, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item.
Are there any items to be pulled? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, Councillor Measures.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you. This is the Committee of the Whole report for Human Services from March 11th, and it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian Smith that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated March 25, 2025 be approved.
Any items to be pulled from Human Services? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now, Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miscavige that corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated March 11th, 2025 be approved, including the confidential item.
Thank you. Is there any items to be pulled? Yes.
I didn't want to pull anything. I just wanted to thank the Vice Chair for chairing that meeting.
And a fine job they did too. So with that, any to be pulled? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and consideration of special committee reports. We have none. Presentations, considerations of county officers report. And yes, we have one, the council composition and public meeting summary. So I'll get it on the floor. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Leduc. That we put the item on the floor. Is there any questions or on the report? Any clarification that we're looking for? The bylaw, of course, is coming later today. Councillor Burkett.
Thank you, through your worship. Is this where we have an opportunity to speak to it, or did we wait until 15.1?
I guess it would depend on what your comment is. So it's on the report or on the bylaw. Which one?
So sorry, so this is on the bylaw?
This is on the report that's in and the bylaw.
So,
and I can move the bylaw up if we want to deal with them together if council feels, but go ahead with your comment and we'll see where it leads us, sir.
Well, I'm just curious, before we begin, I would like an explanation about the weighted vote.
Oh, now is the time, yes.
Okay, so the weighted vote, and if we move forward with 16, if this council sees fit to reduce the size of the county council, is it a possibility to remove the weighted vote and just have each member that sits in this House, the 16, just have one vote each?
Okay, I will turn that over to the clerk, but the bylaw that's coming, I guess that could be council's decision, but that would require us, I believe, to send the bylaw back to a public meeting again, would it not? Jonathan?
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Burkett. Council has debated the bylaw October, November, January as to what was to be included in this draft bylaw to change council composition. So some of that debate has occurred, and what was to be included in that bylaw was directed in January, and that included a weighted vote. That was the same formula, but the weighted vote would just be concentrated for each municipality from between the mayor and deputy mayor currently to the one representative under the proposal, and then the warden position as the 17th member of council under the proposal would have a weighted vote equal to that of the member with the lowest. So that's reflected in the draft bylaw. If council today, after hearing, going through the public meeting process, wants something different, they could. Council could refer the bylaw back to staff to incorporate whatever amendment it might be that council would be looking for. But under the Municipal Act, I'd just like to point out that before passing a bylaw under 218 changing council composition, the municipality shall give notice of its intention to pass the bylaw and shall hold at least one public meeting. So in my opinion, if Mr. Chair, if an amendment is brought today and the bylaw is referred back to staff to incorporate an amendment, it would probably be appropriate to again pass direction from council to have staff prepare and issue public notice of council's intention to pass an amended bylaw, and that staff schedule another public meeting to consider an amended draft bylaw. So it would essentially, if an amendment is passed today, require council to go through the process again of holding a public meeting and issuing revised notice to the public that council intends to pass an amended bylaw. I hope that clarifies.
So supplementary, thank you for that. Supplementary, if I may. So in reality, we can change that weighted vote if this council so chooses. Basically.
But it would require the triple majority?
Correct.
To change, yes.
Well, no different than the composition of county council, so they could go hand in hand.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add on to Councillor Burkett's, so even if it was passed as an amendment to be able to have the weighted vote, one per vote for the 16 on, it can also be changed back again. Am I correct?
So any changes through you, Warden, to the councillor, so any changes to the number of votes given to members of council, that's a section within 218 of the Municipal Act, so any changes to that would require triple majority. I think the reason the weighted vote was incorporated into this bylaw is because council was looking at its composition going from 32 to 17, and to account for, essentially the removal of the deputy mayor position as a representative and the addition of the 17th member as warden, it required, council looking at their composition required looking at the weighted vote formula as it stands as well. So it could be changed as it currently stands as part of this bylaw if council decides they would like to refer it back to staff for an amendment. But it would go through this process again. The current weighted vote bylaw still stands until, that triple majority on a different proposal is achieved.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so I think what I'm saying is if it even got the triple majority, then we come back and we're sitting here or another council, they can still reverse that, or bring it back onto the floor again to have it be changed back.
Through you, Warden. So are you talking about in the future? Yeah.
Correct.
Any council sort of at any point can bring, specific pieces, whether it's the weighted vote in isolation or another sort of piece of composition forward at any time, yes.
Thank you. Yes. The only reason I asked is that you would have if one wanted it to not have the weighted vote, you'd have a comfort, but the comfort may not last. That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Councillor Van Staveren.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just could I get clarification? It appears, and obviously is a concern for many people, this weighted vote. Is it possible to separate Section 5 of the bylaw, remove it, so that we can deal with the composition first, and then talk about the weighted vote, so we could possibly avoid another public meeting?
I don't believe so, Jonathan. The bylaw kind of has to be presented the way we went to the public, does it not? Okay. Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Warden. Maybe I'm not understanding, but I don't understand where this issue or concern for weighted vote is coming from. It's no different than what we currently have. Currently, the weighted vote works out to 145 votes total. And when I was looking at the table 2, with just the mayors or one member from each municipality, the vote is exactly the same. Only exception is that warden gets 4 votes, so it's 145 to 149. If the fear is that, somehow now the votes are going to be, I don't know what the proper word is, but skewed, that exists now. If it's happening now, then I don't understand. So maybe, clerk, you can explain that the vote difference is not changing. if, say, for example, BWG has 14 now, with one member, it still stays 14. It's not going down to 7 or anything else. Thank you.
Yes, the ratio is staying the same. Jonathan?
Through you, Warden, I think what you've said, Councillor, is accurate. In the report, we did present Table 1, which shows the distribution of the current weighted vote formula. And then Table 2 is the distribution of the weighted vote formula if this bylaw were in effect today. So the number of weighted votes for the municipality doesn't change, that's correct. And this is what council directed. There were some other options on the table back in October and November and January, but council had directed this bylaw to maintain the status quo kind of on the weighted vote formula. But yes, it for the most part stays the same. But again, as I've mentioned, under the proposal, it'd just be the one mayor representative from each municipality, and they'd hold the votes for the municipality, yes.
Councillor Cox.
Well, I'll open the door. It's different because there'll be 16 people, and 16 people are much easier to meet with, to sway, than trying to do it with 32 people. And you have the power in an urban area and not in a rural area. And I'm pretty sure that that frightens a lot of people of what would happen in the future. I'm just opening the door to say that that is what I have been hearing, that if you have 16 people and you have something you want to go forward, you only have to talk to 15 other people. When there's 32 people, you have to talk to 31 other people. And the chances of a split council or a control of a council is much less in a 32 than it is in a 16.
Councillor Measures.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I would say to the House that this is a difficult point because we're facing, as it was pointed out by Councillor Sandhu, we're facing the fact that we're already in this situation where we have an imbalance of voting power already placed within the urban centers, and the rural centers are not seeing that ability. Not long ago, there was a very clear vote that happened here that would have failed, and the weighted vote took it through, and it did carry. And so my question is actually to the clerk. Mr. Clerk, you said it twice in your comments there, answering the question in regards to how you prepared this bylaw, that following the public meeting, staff were directed to prepare the bylaw. Well, that's correct. What I think is missing is that we did not, and I attended all of these meetings, we have not had a fulsome debate about what weighted vote really means. I think, to the credit of the staff, they've moved ahead and just moved it from one sort of, administration to the next in the future and put it in the bylaw. And I think that the staff have addressed the additional warden's position. If we add the warden as a separate person, as an appointed warden, we would apply some weighted votes there to the warden. I think that's appropriate. And so I see this to the clerk that I'm trying not to be rude. I see it that the report and the bylaw were not reflective of all of the comments that were made both at the public meeting and the fact that the House did not have this full debate. We did discuss it, but it wasn't fully debated, and I think that this is now the opportunity to do that, given that the bylaw is in front of us. I think that the issue about the weighted vote is really fundamental to how democracy works. Each individual is elected, and each individual has a seat, and each individual should have a vote. I think that as a greater good opportunity here for this whole county is that we should recognize and respect the fact that fundamentally we're a ward system. Each municipality is a different ward, and I believe they should all be treated equally and fairly and impartially. And I think that the imbalance was created many, many years ago is now actually even more desperate to have it removed. So, Mr. Clerk, I think that we need to have a better understanding about how we can amend a bylaw. And if we have to go back to public meeting, I'm comfortable with that because, there's, for sure, I want to hear from the public. But I think that the fact that our House has not really had a good discussion about this until this time right now. So, Mr. Clerk, how do we remove this from the bylaw as Councillor Van Staveren asked? And how do we, basically stick handle through this issue so that we can have a good discussion that we can present to all the municipal councillors so that they can vote on this in their future triple majority ask that the county is giving them? To the clerk.
I think it would be an amendment and we'd send the bylaw back. I will get Jonathan to confirm.
Through you, Warden. So I'll first just say back in the report, Governance 2024-210, and that was in January when Council supported option 2 of going to a 17-member council. That report had sort of contemplated the weighted vote and had suggested, potential options if council wanted to change the weighted vote formula a certain way. With the approval of option 2 from that report, the report said that, unless council puts an amendment on the floor to choose one of these other options, the default option, the default in going with option 2 would be to keep the weighted vote formula the same. So our attempt to draft the bylaw was according to council's direction. If council wanted to change the weighted vote bylaw at this point, there's sort of 2 ways council can go about this in my mind. One is to defeat the bylaw today. And as the report on today's agenda notes, if the bylaw is defeated today, staff will come back to council in April to get further direction and say, is this effort concluded? Is there another proposal with sort of components of governance slightly different that council would like to pursue? So if the bylaw is defeated today, we'd come back and get that direction. The other option, as has been alluded to already, is to refer the bylaw back to staff to incorporate X amendment and issue notice of council's intention to pass an amended bylaw based on that amendment, schedule the public meeting, give notice to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So those are, I think, are council's 2 options in front of them, to vote on it or to move an amendment and see if that has the support of council.
Okay, but I will say we did have a discussion on the weighted vote. Like I say, it's the status quo is what's in front of us now. It's based on electorate as opposed to on people, because there was a discussion, should it go to population? We stayed with the electorate. I know you want to compare it to the ward system, but traditionally you balance out your ward system so you have the same amount of electorates in each ward system. And I know over the years, even my township of Ramera fell behind on that, where we had one ward that was double the size of the other. You can actually be challenged in an election if your wards aren't sufficiently balanced, because somebody that loses in a large ward could have more votes than somebody that won in a small ward, and you can be challenged. So we balance out our ward systems. We can't do that here. We can't balance out our electorate within the ward system, so that's why we have the weighted vote, because that best represents the people as a whole. So I did have a couple more hands. I had Councillor Hamlin, or do you want a supplementary? Go ahead.
I had a supplemental, if I could, and thank you, Warden, for your comments about your municipality. Clearview Township did the same thing. We reassessed ours. My supplemental, though, to the clerk would be, can I just clarify, is the weighted vote part of our procedure bylaw, or is it part of our governance bylaw?
Through you, Warden, that's a good question, Councillor Measures. The weighted vote formula itself to assign the number of votes to a given member is subject to triple majority. And so amendments to our bylaw, our current bylaw that sets the formula for weighted votes, is part of this discussion. When to use recorded vote and when it's permitted, under what circumstances, that is covered in the procedure bylaw. So amendments to the weighted vote formula is a triple majority matter in my mind, and and when the weighted vote is used, under what conditions for what votes, is a procedure bylaw piece.
Your worship, a very small ask, and that is, can you then clarify when a recorded vote can be called? And when a weighted vote can be called? Like, why is it that after we vote, then we call for a recorded motion, which then brings in the weights? Is the procedure bylaw in error that it should be that you have to call it before you vote?
Through you, Warden. So the current weighted vote bylaw just speaks to, again, the number of votes that are assigned to each municipality and then to each mayor and deputy mayor. The procedure bylaw currently says, that weighted votes are only permitted in council, and the piece you mentioned around, when a recorded vote can be called for. So those are procedure bylaw matters.
Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Warden. I find the discussion about the weighted vote, it's most interesting, and I could see this House could spend a lot of meetings deciding whether the weighted vote should be changed, because I'm sure it was established after much discussion, and changing it would also require much discussion. And I'm not always, but I can see that would be a valuable exercise for those who want to revisit that. However, I can also see that veering off into that kind of discussion right now is a good way to get off the table moving forward on reducing the size of council. I think that we would be well served in pursuing, if the House is still of a mind, to vote on what we've been pursuing, which is reducing the numbers of councillors that sit on county council. Let's get that through. Let's do one thing at a time. And if there are members of this House, after we've got a reduced council in place, who think that the weighted vote should be reconsidered, well, let's do that separately. But if we get off onto a tangent, which I see the weighted vote as a tangent, we will never deal with what we need to and what's before us in the time frame we need to before the next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think Councillor Burkett had your hand up again.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So we're here today because one of my colleagues asked for a recorded vote, and of course the weighted vote, and here we are voting on a 16-member council. I believe that the weighted vote needs to go hand in hand with the vote for the 16-member council. Otherwise, I would just remain with the 32. And I'm not sure how we get it to the floor to have the weighted vote voted on as part of the 16-member council. I'm looking to the clerk for guidance. Please.
You would put an amendment on the floor with a seconder to amend the bylaw, so it would go back to staff, amend the bylaw, and then proceed to a public meeting again.
So am I able to do that? I just need a second.
As soon as I will, I've
Okay.
got one more comment, and then I will look for that amendment if that's what you would like, sir. Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And with all due respect to all members of the House and to Councillor Burkett's point just now, we're sitting here today because of the weighted vote. I recall where this House was basically sitting at status quo of 32, and there was a discussion here about weighted vote, although it was a minimum discussion, and there were comments made about not understanding why there was a concern that one part of the county could overrule the other part of the county, and that we had to have faith in the system and so on. And then when we voted to stay status quo or go to 16 members, a weighted vote was requested. And I believe personally that we would have stayed status quo, but the weighted vote changed that. So the proof is in the pudding. And I understand that, we can debate this because Lord knows this House can debate and debate well. But what's most important today is not whether or not we have to have another public meeting or 5 more public meetings. It's whether we get it right. Because, we all preach and believe, I believe, in our motto, for the greater good. And I don't know about anyone else in this House, but I look at my municipality to be equal to every other municipality in this county. Not greater because of population or less than because of population, but equal to. And when we make a decision in this House, we should be making those decisions for the greater good of all our municipalities, not just based on population. And as I said, the proof is in the pudding already in this last few months about the weighted vote. And it is concerning. And that doesn't make any accusation against any other municipality or municipalities, but it's about getting this right so as that, you know, the saying for the greater good holds true to all 16 municipalities in this county. And I think it's important that we go through the process, that we debate this very well, that staff bring us all the options, answers to our concerns if possible, so we get this right. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you so much, Warden. I wasn't going to weigh into this. I do agree with Councillor Hamlin that these are two distinct issues, but I feel like it's kind of getting a life on its own. So I just wanted to comment a couple of things. So I've only been here since 2014. And I know that the weighted vote has been around long before that and is updated accordingly. And I agree that every council or every municipality in the county is equal and should have equal say. But that's also like saying that Prince Edward Island should have the same number of MPs as Ontario. Our system is based on representation by population. That's just the way our system is. And I think that the vote, if every municipality has one vote, then that means that I don't know what the population of
10,000, Ramera.
10,000 in Ramera, so those 10,000 people get one vote and the 45,000 people in Innisfil get one vote, so their vote matters less. Having said all that, I want everybody to know that it's not changing the system. The system is the same. The weighted vote is exactly the same as it was. The municipality gets the same number of votes. And I would also remind this House that 99% of our votes are not weighted. We agree way more than we disagree on everything. And we do always work for the greater good. And that is why we are so successful in this House, is because we do look at each other and look at everybody as equals. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any more hands. An amendment you want to enter? One more. Councillor Cabral, and then Councillor Walma.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. And just a couple of comments with respect to weighted and non-weighted. I mean, I certainly agree with Councillor Dolan and Councillor Hamlin with respect to the number of people that the weighted vote applies to. And it's representation by population. And that's the way it's always been. The only way I think this House could overcome the idea of the weighted vote and the idea of having one vote versus the weighted vote would actually, the only thing that kind of would work was if this Simcoe County went to a ward system and actually elected members to this House the way they elect their municipal members. And that would only make sense because that's the only way you can divvy up this county to make that ward system equal across the board. So we can't have it both ways. You can't say to one person or one particular municipality, you get a vote, and like Councillor Dolan said, there's 20,000 people there, and then you have another one with 40,000, they still get only one vote. So by going away from the weighted vote, we actually turn the tables in the opposite direction. And if it's been working for decades, I think it'll continue to work going forward. So those are my only comments.
Thank you. I will alternate Councillor Walma and then measures.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. And I feel like I've missed a lot of the conversation, but the conversation's also very much the same from in the past. The role should come without bias. We talk about when we're here, we have our county councillor hats. It's not about Tiny, it's not about Tay, etc. And I agree with Councillor Dolan that I love the PEI example. The fear, and I get it from my side, and this is my perspective only, is not for Councillor Dolan's or Councillor Norcross's. It's we see things happening elsewhere where individuals are getting elected that may not have the same moral ethics that you guys exercise every day in these positions. Trump would be one of those examples that I would say. So it is the weighted vote is a heavy hammer, but I do recognize the democracy component of it based on population. I think that's what everybody here wants to make sure we maintain going forward is that that moral compass. So I know this would go back to another public meeting, but just another piece, food for thought. It doesn't necessarily have to get rid of the weighted vote, just change the way it's administered. Perhaps the person that's requesting the weighted vote loses their vote, and the warden would take up their portion of that vote. There are other opportunities, I guess, to make this fair. I'm using air quotes because everybody has their own definition of that. But I'll leave my comments at that. Right now, I would vote for the 16 if the weighted vote were to change, not necessarily disappear. But if it stayed the way it is, that Trump idea is what scares me. Thank you.
Councillor Measures.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Walma. Thank you, Your Worship. I don't mean to be that person who wants to remind you all of something, but I must do it. We work underneath the Municipal Act. We do not work underneath the Federal or Provincial Elections Act. We work underneath the Municipal Act. And so the Municipal Act is the tool that is activated by our clerk and by our sworn oaths, et cetera. And so each of us, work underneath the system of the municipal system. The municipal system is set up, as was suggested by Councillor Cabral. You could have wards, you can have election at large. You can do all of those things. You could take the county of Simcoe and do an entire election at large of the county of Simcoe, and I dare say you would probably get everyone from the city of Barrie voting, if they were to be part of this. And that would indeed change the entire demographics of an election. We work underneath the Municipal Act. So while I do appreciate our friends in PEI, and I also understand Councillor Dolan's comparison to PEI in Ontario, that's a federal system. And so that's not what we're working under. We're not working underneath that. This is municipal here. And so we, until such time as the province changes things, which they may, who knows, we also have to work underneath whatever the pleasure of the province is. So at this time, we're municipal, and so we have to be, truthful to that oath that we've taken to serve each of our municipalities and then to come into this house and work together and cooperatively. And that's why I think it's one vote, for one elected seat representing one municipality is how it will go. And that's the way I think it should be. I think the weighted vote is just unfair in our system of municipal government. It's just not fair. So that's where I look at it, and that's about all I have to say on this right now. And I know that Councillor Lavoie put his hand up, Your Worship, so I look forward to hearing from him because, let's be honest, he's the guy who's been telling us all about this in some fantastic emails. Go ahead.
We'll start with Councillor Snell first, and then I'll go to Councillor Lavoie. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Warden. Through you. I think the concern that I have is that our population has changed significantly over these decades since this weighted vote was brought into play. And especially in the last couple of years, we have designated growth areas where there's going to be massive intensification. And that's my concern, is that there are some municipalities within the county that are not designated as growth areas, that don't have the infrastructure, that don't have the downtowns and whatnot to be able to grow as quickly as others do. So that's my opinion and why I'm very concerned about the weighted vote in changing the composition and why I voted against the change in composition and would continue to support that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very interesting discussion. My greatest fear is with respect to the fact that reducing the size of council radically on the orders of tens of thousands increases the probability of voting blocks appearing. This is just simply a mathematical reality. Right now, with 32 members, there's the opportunity for people to vote in opposition to one another, though they might sit in the same home municipality. This could become a very powerful tool, and those elected members will also pick the warden. And if they pick the warden, they can garner another 4 votes. And the possibilities for minorities of representatives here to pass the types of legislation that divert resources from areas that don't have the voting power is tremendous. And that may take place over time. Councillor Walma has pointed to that fact. Because we can't rely on the good faith and the good intentions of the people who are here today. We have to design the system as a governance system that will work for everyone in the future, regardless of what the provincial government decides to do. We're not here to make our minds up based on what they might do. And we did get here in part because there was a representation, there was a statement made that lowering the number of representatives here was something that would please the provincial government and would please them in order to favor projects in various municipalities. So, I mean, we do have an eye on that, and we do have an eye on our home locales, and that can be a problem. So that's all I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I'll clarify on that is there is no weighted vote when you're electing the warden or the chairs. It's done by a straight up numbers. I had Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Worship. I think this has been a pretty enlightening conversation, but I look at it and I think, what is our objective? What are we trying to achieve? If I go backwards in time, I would say the existing system works. I appreciate 32 viewpoints. I think we've come a long ways through this discussion. But the one thing that resonates with me is this really started with direction and fear and aspiration that the Minister of Municipal Affairs wanted us to do this because we're doing a governance review of the county of Simcoe and what that looks like. We have a new Minister of Municipal Affairs. We have a new Ontario government with a new mandate. We have a new federal government underway through an election process, a new federal regime. I would argue that our current reality is different than when we started this process and what were before us. I'd also say that the current system works. We've demonstrated it works, and that's why we're here. So I don't understand what we're trying to achieve. I think the representation, the way we're doing what we do works today, and that's why I'm going to defeat what's coming before us today, because I think we've demonstrated that it's working for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKellen.
Thank you, Warden. I think when we're thinking of this, it sounds like we're trying to build this using equality, and we're not all equal. The chart will show you that when it lists the number of electors in each municipality. I think what we're looking for is equity, and I think the weighted vote system gives us that. Because if New Tech has just shy of 32,000 electors, so do their voices mean less? And if we're building this system with no weighted vote, which means the electors in my municipality mean less, is that going to transfer over to the tax system too? Are we all going to send the equal amount of money to the county? I think we have to think about that, and I think a weighted vote gives us
equity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what I would look for, receive the report, and then when we get to the bylaw, that's when an amendment would come in at the time of the bylaw, which I'll be pulling shortly. So right now, any more questions on the report? Yes, Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. We've spent a lot of time on the weighted vote. Are we going to talk about what the benefits are of reduced size? We haven't spoken about that at all, or can we talk about that when the actual bylaw comes to the floor?
We can talk about it now, and
Okay.
any amendments I'll take when the bylaw comes.
Okay, and you know, I'd like to hear from those proponents of a 17-member council what the benefits are. The only benefit I've heard is it's going to save $1.50 per resident per year. Is there any other things to offer?
I guess I'll start us off. We did hear it say that it's much, I think council can move faster. When you get debates like this, whenever we put something new on the table, and garbage is always a big one, you know, it's an hour and a half, 2-hour meeting, and quite often status quo. We don't move forward because it's, as it was said, very hard to convince 16 or 17 people to head in a new direction. And when you're looking at representing the communities now, the workload's the same. With the new computer era, it was different when we had standing committees. Deputy mayor was on one committee, mayor was on a different committee. Your agendas used to be, believe it or not, I'm not old, delivered by courier to your house prior to, and so you only saw the agenda for the committee you were on, and then the council agenda came and you had to catch up. Once we go to the computer age, we can read all the agendas. The minutes, we can read them as they're updated. So it's easier for one person to keep track of it. And the big game changer now is the alternate councillor. We didn't have that before. So the argument always was, well, if the mayor can't make it or the deputy mayor, who's going to represent the municipality? Well, now we have the alternates. So really, if mayor can't make it for their work schedule or health purposes, there is somebody else coming to represent the community. So it comes down to, is it necessary to have 32 people? Is it necessary to prepare 32 agendas or the needs of 32 people versus 16? So that's the big advantage, is the speed, and that's what the province said. They want to see us move faster, especially when it comes to items like building homes, quicker decisions to move things forward quicker. That's the argument that comes from the province. The argument I look at, is it necessary to have 32 here anymore? We should be running any board of directors or council on what you need, not what you think you should have or what exists. How many are necessary to be here to make the decisions for the future? So that's my opinion on it. Any other discussion? Councillor Cox.
I'm sorry, I'm on the other side.
That's the fun.
I find it odd that you say that we can move faster. A good debate is a good debate. I don't believe that items should come here and be kind of pushed through. I believe that things should be spoken about. I believe that there's 32 people, everyone comes up with an idea, and I've been here and I've come into this room with a certain thought in my head, and after I listen to people speak and I see how it will help the Simcoe County, I usually go, oh, I never thought of that. That's a good idea. And a good debate means that we are listening to everybody. The more people you listen to, we have an issue right now that there's many people out there in our county that have no idea what we do, anything about Simcoe County. And then we're going to just make it a little bit smaller. And then we're just going to be able to go faster and get things done. I don't believe that that's a good rationale. Thank you.
Maybe I should have used the word more efficient. Councillor Burkett.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, and no disrespect, but again, to Councillor Cox's comment, I've been here for 15 years. I can only remember a handful of times where I've maybe stayed until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're usually out of here by noon, and a good, healthy debate when you're considering this whole county is something that I welcome. The different ideas that are presented to each and every one of us, it's not a race to make decisions. The reports that we receive are very well written. The ability to ask questions and maybe change our mind is something I look forward to. I'm sorry, I can't agree with those dynamics
to reduce the size of county council to 16, knowing that 32 works great?
I guess what I'll add is council was overwhelmingly in support of the importance of a full-time warden, and I think we all still agree with that. The question is, do we up our numbers to 33? Because the only way we could get the full-time warden was either increase our numbers to 33 or reduce them to 17. And when the 33 was on the table, there was a lot of blowback from the public. So that's what's brought us back. Remember, it was a motion to reconsider and come back. So that's why we're down to the 17. Councillor McDonald, and then I'll go back to Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Warden. When you said that the pushback for 33, I would disagree in one sense because we went through it backwards. As I've always said, stated right from the beginning, you put the cart before the horse, and that we did a wage. That wage didn't come in. So, of course, then they would say, okay, take the 33. But well, now we got our wage increase, and then we're going down to 16 or 17. There is no savings in my mind to do it. And when we say that efficiencies, when you put out your agendas, click, they all go out together. So I agree with that. And the other thing is, I agree with everyone that has spoke that status quo doesn't have to be status quo. I think that we have moved. I've been on 15 years as Councillor Burkett, and we have moved forward. It wasn't like we stayed stuck in any one year or anything. And I think that I hear my colleagues in their municipality, they have much longer meetings than we do, and we have 32, and some of us are 7 to 12 or whatever, or 5 to 12. So I do believe that we do an excellent job, and I know that a lot of things can have change, but mine is I got stuck in right from the beginning of how we did it backwards with wage to the composite, and that's where I stay at this point because it would look gluttony now maybe because we have that increase to go to that 33. But if we would have done it the other way, I think that maybe we would have stayed in status quo. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Smith, Corbell, and then back to you, Councillor Cox, if that's okay. Councillor Smith.
This does feel like garbage, Your Worship, but for good reason. You know, I think there's a few things that warrant being mentioned and some accolades that should probably be put out here. You know, there's an old saying that says, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And what we all know for certain is that as we sit today, it works, and it works very well. When I look at the county of Simcoe compared to other regions, we're, in my opinion, light years ahead. And the one thing that has happened at the county of Simcoe, when I look back, is that we have been very good and blessed at having a great CAO who has been excellent at hiring top-notch, excellent staff, which makes our lives considerably easier. So when I look at Simcoe County and the quality of our roads, the quality of our bridges, the quality of our infrastructure, the amount of work we do around social housing, around long-term care, all of these things that we do here, our forestry, I think we do that second to none. We do it exceptionally well. And why is that? Because the current system works, and it works very well. And I understand the need to have a full-time warden, or at least the person who is warden to be compensated for a full-time position. But I can tell you one thing I'm not concerned about is showing up here at the next election at 32 members, and because we don't have a full-time warden that is separate, that we're not going to see 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people in this House put their hand up wanting to be warden. Your Worship, with all due respect, you do that job for much less than most people do that job in other regions, but you do it because you believe in giving back to the community and in doing what is best for your county. I'm sure you don't do it, and you didn't make the decision based on dollars and cents. I don't think there's a single person in this House that has put their hand up to be a mayor or a deputy mayor or a councillor because of dollars and cents. Because if that was the case, there wouldn't be anyone in the House today. I can promise you that. And so I'm not concerned about whether we're going to get someone to be a warden and a deputy warden and councillors, but I am concerned that we get it right and that we do what is best for all our constituents. And I've heard the argument here, You know, if we have 35,000 people and you have 10, and you know, it's not a weighted vote, does that mean that the people of 30 in a city or a town of 32,000 are less important? Well, that argument can swing the other way. Because you're bigger, does that mean that the people who are smaller are less important? No, it doesn't. We're all equal. And this system works. And so I'm not concerned about how much time we're here. Again, often we're out of here by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Why? Because we have great staff and an efficient system that works. And unless we get into this topic or another garbage topic, you know, our day goes pretty smooth. And I think it works, and it works very well. And so I just want to end by saying what's most important here is should not be based on population, should not be based on who's bigger, you know, who has a settlement area and who doesn't. And that's an excellent point that Councillor Snell makes, because many of us are much smaller. It's not our choice. It's just the reality of where we're located within this great county. It's important that we do what is right and best. And it shouldn't be based on population. It shouldn't be based on anything else. And the system, as we see it today, works. And it's going to be very interesting in these votes today, whether these votes become weighted votes or they stay status quo, that everyone has an equal vote. Because that's going to make the change today, the same as that can make the change and the difference in the vote on every vote going forward in this House. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Corbell. Oh boy, lots of hands. We'll go to Councillor Corbell.
Thank you very much, Warden. I'm going to support it. As everyone in the House knows, this was one item that I actually spoke to residents with when I was campaigning. And the other reason is because this is all top-down right now. And as I recall reading that report that came back as a result for the open house, while we did have speakers here in the House, there was a large number of emails and letters supporting the reduction that came through. I would suggest they were overwhelmingly in favor of reducing the size. They weren't read in this House, and perhaps maybe they should have been, so that those particular voices could have been heard. But my question would be is why there is such a fear for us to go to our individual municipal councils and allow our electors to have a say and let them decide whether or not there should be 16 or 32 and a warden here. And that's my question, is moving this bylaw forward doesn't set this in stone. It still has to go through a rather, I'm going to consider it arduous process with a pretty high threshold to make it change. So I would like to see the residents of Simcoe County, and if we're doing it for the greater good, that's the people that we're doing it for. And that's the only point I'd like to make is, for me, this is not moving this bylaw necessarily forward and entrench it as a bylaw to be followed. This is simply a bylaw to go forward and have our local municipalities vote on it at their local level to decide whether or not this is what they want. So that's the one comment there. And real quickly, I believe that the weighted vote was implemented in order to actually overcome the boundary of a ward with populations. That's why that weighted vote exists. It allowed Simcoe County Council to actually operate in its present form. So that's my two comments. Thank you.
Councillor Cox.
I'd just like to speak to the fact that what Councillor Cabral spoke to, but also what you spoke to. When we changed and passed to leave it at 32, I never heard from one resident. When we changed the compensation, I heard it on the street. I had phone calls. So it wasn't the composition that bothered people, it was the compensation that bothered people, as Councillor McDonald said. And the other one I have to say is I agree totally with Brian Smith. And we have to remember that this is for the future, not for us. This is where we have to think. And I'd also like to go back to the point, I'm not afraid to take it back, but it's not, is it going to go to my residents? It's going to go to my council. Are we all going to have public meetings so our residents can come in and find out what this is all about? Because right now, there were a lot of people upset that our public meeting was during the day and they couldn't come because they had to work. So did we listen to that? I just think that if we're talking about making sure our residents know, then we have to do something more, or do we leave it the same? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Measures.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Also, good debate here happening. I do want to go back to your comments that you started this round of discussion about, Your Worship. You spoke about the province of Ontario seeking, our ability to move quicker, or that the council, the House, could move quicker underneath a smaller number of members here as composition. I would suggest to you, sir, then I would suggest to the province that some of the legislation that they have downloaded onto us, and or the responsibilities that are complicated regarding multiple committees and multiple commissions that have to be consulted, slow us down. So we have a new MPP who's now the Minister of Red Tape right here in our neighborhood, and I'm quite confident that many of you will want to reach out to Minister Kanjan and have conversations with her about how to reduce red tape. So I would suggest that the issue is actually moving fast, or to move us quicker, lies with the province. The other aspect I think that was brought up, Councillor Smith pointed out, is we have very able and capable staff. And part of that is also that this House passed resolution that give delegated authority to our staff to move a lot of things forward that frankly don't have to come to the House. They get reported through executive presentations, annually. And so moving to more delegated authority through staff, support would be a way to move us faster. So I think we can use the tools we have in front of us, stay at 32, and continue to provide a better and faster government service here, sir.
Okay, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think for myself, bringing it back to this House has, I don't want to say unanimously agreed, but fully supported the full-time warden. And in order to get the full-time warden and to get the wage or the salary of the sitting county councillors to catch up after 20 years of not increasing the wage, this to me is the compromise. We're getting a full-time warden. We've increased the salary to make it what it needs to be. And at the end of the day, technology has changed our jobs. It changes the way our residents communicate with us. And I think that if you take a look at it today, why would you hire 32 people to do a job that 16 can? So for me, status quo isn't an option. We can't increase our salary, increase getting a full-time warden, and not make some sort of change.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Warden. Well, I love the remarks that were just given by our Deputy Warden, so I'll adopt those. I'm in favor of this matter proceeding. I'm mindful of the comment that 32 people would have a better debate, but respectfully, I think if that was true, why wouldn't we, say let's get 5 people from every municipality, because we'd hear more and debate more. And I think the question is, and as you put it so eloquently, how many do we need? And if we didn't have this historic 32-member House, how many would we have? And surely one representative who is the mayor from each municipality would be considered enough people, 16 people who are very well versed in what's going on in their community and their part of the county particularly, would do the job. When you look at how many people does an MP represent in our country, it's generally around 120,000 people. How many MPPs? It's around the same number. How many people are in Simcoe County? Not even 500,000. 32 people are too many to represent that number of people. That's, in our system these days, I think less is more. As you've pointed out, there's lots of ways for us to get up to speed quickly and to understand the issues, and I'll be continuing to accept this. Thank you.
A quick answer to that, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question, and I just wanted to know, I don't know who to pose it to. When the County of Simcoe became the County of Simcoe, how many members were on the council?
I believe originally it was like 50, and it based on the population of the local municipalities. If your population dropped, you lost your representative. Your population went up, so it was a rotary house based on population. There was no weighted vote, but was it 50 or more, I think, Jonathan? And then, like I said, a municipality would increase, they get a representative. If their population went down, they lost a representative. Am I correct on that? You looked all the history up, sir.
Through you, Warden, I don't have exact specifics on 1850, but I do know, more recently in the 1960s and whatnot, over the decades, county council has fluctuated quite a bit. It was up as high as, in the high 30s, in the 40s. It also depended on the number of municipalities at the time, which was quite high. So in 1994, just as an example, I do have that handy. We went from 28 to 16 municipalities and 38 to 32 members in 94.
Thank you.
So
No, I was just pointing out that the numbers do change, and that this isn't us trying to I don't want to say wreck something that people feel that is working. I think this is us moving in a direction that I feel is going to work better.
So I have two folks that haven't spoken yet. Councillor Leduc, go ahead.
I'll be quick, Warden. I just wanted to reiterate that the weighted vote system is in every level of government, from federal, provincial, upper tier, and even our municipal governments. But we, through that, we create our ward boundaries, and we try and make them as equal as possible. So to me, that is a system that says it's a weighted vote where everybody is equal. The regional governments are the same thing. They have a weighted vote. It's just based on electors. So they have Mississauga. When you go to Peel, Mississauga has more representatives on that regional government than, say, Caledon does. So that's a weighted vote system. It's in every level of government. It's the democracy. It's democracy at its best. I would say that we need to stick with it. I personally didn't like the fact that it's an electoral vote system because it does impact our community. I wanted vote by population. It didn't pass. I accept the House saying it didn't pass, and we move on with this. So I am 100% in support of this report and the bylaw. The second issue I want to bring up is every decision we make here should have a financial concern to it. And I see $430,000 right here in savings. That's just the salary base. And if we get into, as staff get into it deeper, there will be other savings had here. So I see this as potentially a half a point savings to every resident in Simcoe County. I'm in favor of that. It's all about finances for me, so I certainly support this report and the bylaw moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Warden Clerk. It is intriguing, and I have studied it pretty hard over the consideration of this, because going back to the 1850s and the decades that it was the reeve and deputy reeve system, and then it became the mayors and deputy mayors. And I look at this as something that has to evolve, because things change. And when I started out in this process back in September, I spoke about supporting status quo, because I thought the system was working very well. It wasn't broken. And based on the information we were provided, we could easily show a very positive outcome for a value for money review of governance in Simcoe County. When the compensation consideration was done, I didn't support it. It went through. So everyone realized that deciding about composition before knowing about compensation was probably not the best. It was an outcome of circumstances, but if the two had been done in conjunction and the compensation decision had been made, I would have looked differently at the composition, and therefore I changed my vote from status quo to the reduction. And again, I look at it as something that's evolving. I understand the concern about the weighted vote, but I think instead of looking at it purely through a mathematics standpoint, you have to look at the external factors. And when I consider about the weighted block situation, or where there's a situation where a few municipalities want to support a certain thing, it's municipal interest driven. So it doesn't matter if there's one representative or there's two representatives from that municipality, the vote's going to be probably the same. So I've looked at all that. I also consider the report outlining what the current savings are, but you have to keep in mind that that's going to increase by about $160,000 in each of the next 2 years. So the overall value for money review that I look at with the larger 32 system is such that I'm not supportive of it. I'm supportive of this, of going down to 16. I think it can operate and operate fine, and it will give that value for money to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you, and I got Councillor LeBeau's first time.
Thank you, Your Worship. I enjoy all the debate. I don't think that we're not being inefficient. We're being very efficient. As everybody has said, we come in and out. We're here in a day. It's only 2 days a month. We only go 20 times a year. I wanted to make a comment about our weighted vote. I don't understand how people think that a urban vote or popular or person is better than a rural one. Is it more important to support 500 people in a subdivision in New Tech or 500 farmers in Clearview Township? There's a reason that Clearview Township has the population that they do, because they have a large agricultural background. So why is it more important to be an urban person than a rural person? We need food, we need farms, but now we're saying it's more important to have urban people with more votes. So to figure it out a different way, we've tried. I look at the status quo as it works. They have a good representation from the whole county. The county is very diverse, so I don't think that we're doing anything. As Councillor Lavoie had first asked, I haven't heard one good advantage. No one is going to notice $1.50 for a person to get 16 more people in the room. So I would look at it that status quo is a better way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So coming back around again, Councillor Lavoie, and then we should start wrapping it up.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, you know, there was the issue of advantage, perhaps, of diversity in terms of professional backgrounds, experience, location, you know, age, youth. There was a comment early on about changing the color of the hair in this house. If we reduce this house, we reduce its diversity as it's currently constituted. The right number, I mean, I think that's what we're talking about. Is it 5? Is it 1? We'd be really efficient with just 1. So, you know, why worry about being that efficient? And finally, I do want to point out, as has been mentioned earlier, that the City of Toronto Council was reduced in half, and boy, they still work just fine. And it's been pointed out here that, you know, the MPPs and MPs have 160,000 people, but I want to remind this House that a City of Toronto councillor has an office budget of $450,000 a year. That's how much support they need to do their job. We haven't talked about the future consequence. It was mentioned earlier. How will things work in the future? Well, there's going to be a lot of support required for the remaining parties, because there won't be the ability to communicate to our own constituents back in our local municipalities about what's going on here. There won't be the continuity of occupational continuance through this House. There won't be institutional knowledge carried through. There are a lot of disadvantages, but there we go.
Okay, I've got 2 more hands here, but make it quick because we've been around once. So Councillor Burkett, then Cox, then I want to call the question.
Thank you, and I won't be long, but I heard the word compensation come out, and I'm just going to say that when I was elected, I had no idea that I was getting paid down here. So 20 years, I'm assuming that we haven't had a pay increase in 20 years. I've been here 15. So for 20 years, the people of this county got a bargain because we got paid virtually nothing. Everything has increased Example, a truck now that may have been worth $50,000 or $40,000 years ago is now $140,000. I didn't vote in favor of the compensation, but here we are today, and the only reason it's on the floor that we're decreasing the size of county council, as I heard one of my colleagues say, we're saving $452,000. Yes, absolutely agree with that. But look at the savings we've had over the last 20 years as we try to bring ourselves up to a level that the other counties, and we're only at the 50th percentile that we're getting paid. So to get good people, I guess, I've heard the younger people, so they opt up for this job, there needs to be pay equity to make them run. That's not why I ran, and I'm almost assuming that anyone in this house, that's not why they ran. They ran as their prospective mayor or deputy mayor. But I'm just curious, and just a comment, when we go to vote on this, is someone going to ask for a recorded vote? If so, it's weighted again.
I believe it will be. So Councillor Cox, very short, and then we're going to call the vote. Oh, I've got somebody who hasn't spoke yet. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you, Warden. There's been a lot of dialogue, but here's what I'm trying to figure out. Other than efficiency, which is a word, I haven't seen the examples that are the components that make that word come to life. So there's been lots of examples given why to stay at 32, yet broad term words cannot be the only other side of the argument. So I would need to know from the people that support it going to 16 council members, what are the actual efficiencies and savings other than that $1.50 component? So, you know, that's where I can't support reducing, because $1.50 is not a big price to pay for insurance to make sure that this council serves the county as a whole.
Okay, Councillor Cox, and then we'll wrap it up.
I'll be very quick.
Yep.
It just was something someone said that some of my councillors and people had asked me, if we were going to go to 16, so what's the plan? What's the plan for the committees? What's the plan for how you see this going forward? And I had to be very honest with them. We don't have one. Thank you.
So this is on receiving the report, and then I'll bring the bylaw ahead. Councillor Duke, question.
Just to make it clear, I'll call for recorded vote.
Well, yeah, but this is just the report, so that'll be when I bring the bylaw. So I have a mover and a seconder for the report, so we're just going to receive the report. All in favor? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Question, Councillor Wallman.
Sorry, Your Worship, was there not an amendment put on for?
No, that'll come with the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
This is just the report that was in the package. We want to receive it. All in favor? So that is received, and if the council's permission, I will bring the bylaw up right now and we'll deal with the bylaw. So the motion I have is that bill number 7119-25 be enacted as a bylaw of the county of Simcoe. So that is the bylaw. Moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Leduc. So now the bylaw is on the floor. I've moved it up from the agenda, and we'll deal with the bylaw right now. That's the right bylaw, isn't it? Yes. Amendments to the bylaw. Councillor Burkett.
The amendment about the weighted vote. I'm not sure how we
I think Jonathan's been working on it. Have you not, sir? You want to delete the weighted vote, correct? To delete the weighted vote.
Through you, Warden, I think council could make the decision here to refer the bylaw to staff to incorporate an amendment. We'd have to be very clear about what that amendment is. I don't think council could pull out the weighted vote and make it a separate question at this point, because if council decides to go ahead with the composition piece and decides to vote down the weighted vote bylaw, we have a weighted vote bylaw in place currently that would be in conflict with the composition. So I really do see the weighted vote as part of this. But, you know, certainly a member could request that the bylaw be referred to staff to incorporate an amendment on the weighted vote portion of the bylaw. I hope that is clear.
Is that clear? Like,
No,
we
it
wouldn't
isn't.
amend it here. We want staff to draft the bylaw. So your amendment would be, okay, we want to do away with the weighted vote, send it back to staff.
So my understanding, if this House passes the way the report's written, 16 members plus a warden, it has to go back to our prospective councils for a 2/3 majority. But the weighted vote, if this council or this House votes in favor of abolishing it, it would also have to go back for a two-thirds majority. Is that correct?
Not a two-thirds. When it goes to the municipalities, at least 9 or more of the municipalities must support it. And there's no weighted vote on that process. That is just each municipality voting. So
But it would have to go back to each municipality. Like, I'm looking for it to go back together, not separate.
It is together. But if you want to amend it to abolish the weighted vote, we need to do that in the bylaw. It would need to be sent back to staff to do that. We'd need another public meeting to let the people know.
That's fine.
That we're
I'm
doing.
okay with that. Thank you.
But I will remind, when it goes to the triple majority, the second one, when it goes to municipalities, there's no weighted vote on that. It just goes out, and it must be 9 municipalities. And then if that carries, the weighted vote comes back into effect. They add up the electorate that's represented by each of those 9 municipalities, and it has to be 50% of the total. But that's, you don't get the 3 if you're struck out on 2. Right? A lot of questions on that. Kerbal, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. Just 2 quick comments. Number 1, I guess what we're really saying is a deferral to staff with respect to the weighted vote would basically push this down the road to come back before the House again. However, if the deferral was defeated, we would then be voting on this now. And the second question would be one of a legal standpoint. I'm really struggling with being able to remove the weighted vote when representation by population has always been a foundation, and then turning around and making it 1 vote per municipality. I'll be quite frank, I think that would be something that would be kind of rather difficult to do without redrawing lines in order to balance things out.
Okay, now I'm working on the amendment. I don't have a seconder for your amendment. Do you still want your amendment on the floor, Councillor?
Through you, your warden, yes, please.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor McDonald. Yep. So, yes, we're just going to make sure the amendment's worded well, and now we'll speak on the amendment.
Through the warden, so to Councillor Burkett, can I just be clear exactly what you're suggesting be amended in the weighted vote? Are you suggesting that the weighted vote bylaw as it currently stands be repealed? And that would in effect make it so that each member has 1 vote. Is that what you're looking for?
So this wouldn't take through the chair. This wouldn't take effect until the new term of council, correct?
Correct. And it's all part of the same bylaw. Reduce to 17, no weighted vote. That's what you're proposing?
Correct. So that each member that sits here, if it goes to 16, has 1 vote. Correct.
Just typing it up here, and we have a mover and a seconder for that. So discussion now is on the amendment. Councillor, haven't heard from Councillor Anderson. Go ahead, sir.
And I appreciate the clerk is typing at the same time, but just a question through to the clerk, if I may. So there is a weighted vote bylaw. So if we left the existing composition bylaw as is and took the weighted vote bylaw to the individual councils, there would be 2 distinct questions being asked?
No, this is 1 question. Reduce to 17, do away with the weighted vote. That's what we would have to now redraft the bylaw, go to a public meeting, and then circulate that.
Yeah,
if it ends up defeated, then there's no change in the weighted vote, there's no change in the composition. We would have to come back. I think you would need direction. If we defeat the actual bylaw today, I think then we need to bring back a vote on either status quo or something. Yeah.
So, Your Worship,
yes.
Just to comment, though, what I'm understanding, though, is we have a weighted vote bylaw.
Yes.
Which is not defined in this composition bylaw. So if the wording remained in the composition bylaw as is, the only amendment required would be to either repeal or to change the weighted vote bylaw, which then would affect this bylaw. So what I'm trying to get at is, if we left this bylaw the way it is, triple majority does apply to the weighted vote, though. So the question would be then, can we take the weighted vote bylaw to municipal councils hand in hand to either vote for an amendment, or would that bylaw have to come back for a public meeting as well? So there's a lot of moving parts to this, but I don't think the weighted vote is not distinctly in this bylaw other than referencing that it's part of
staying the same. It is in this bylaw because it's the same amount of votes per municipality, but instead of split between a mayor and a deputy mayor, those votes go to the mayor, correct?
Through you, Warden. So the current bylaw would become the new weighted vote bylaw. The current bylaw in front of council right now aims to repeal the old weighted vote bylaw and effectively becomes a bylaw for the composition of county council as well as the weighted vote formula. So it is incorporated into the bylaw as it stands currently. My understanding of what Councillor Burkett, and Councillor Cox have proposed here as an amendment is that the draft council composition bylaw be referred to staff to incorporate an amendment that would repeal the current weighted vote bylaw and essentially be silent on weighted voting, meaning that things would default to one vote per member of council. I hope that's clear.
The reason the weighted votes included in this bylaw, and I'll use Severn as an example, right now I believe the mayor has 4 votes and the deputy mayor has 3. It's a total of 7. So in the new bylaw with 1 member, that member has 7. That's why we had to include it, because we're moving all the votes over to 1 member. But what we're suggesting now in the amendment is doing away with the weighted vote system as part of this bylaw. Your motion, go ahead, Burkett.
Sorry, through your worship. So the only reason I'm bringing this forward, like if this House was to vote on status quo and we leave the 32 the way it is today, I'm happy to retract that amendment. But if this House is going to move forward with 16 members and a warden at large, well, then I want the amendment that I spoke to placed as part of it. But again, if we're going to vote in favor of 32, I can retract that.
Well, no, I know what you're looking for, and you want this amendment in this bylaw.
If we move forward with the 16 and 1 warden elected at large.
Yes. So on the amendment, Councillor Measures, and then.
Thank you very much. Clear as mud, right? I have a question then for the clerk. I heard you speak to the fact that we have this bylaw that Councillor Anderson spoke about specifically for the weighted vote and the weighted system. So I understand that you're doing that, and I appreciate that that exists. I think by asking for the reassignment, if we go to 16, a reassignment of the weighted vote bylaw sections, moving it to the single representative, and then adding the full-time warden and applying some votes to the full-time warden in that position, I think that's why we've incorporated all this into this giant omnibus bylaw. But I would like to come back to the point that Councillor Anderson brought up. If we have an existing bylaw, does this House have the ability to simply just revoke the bylaw and pull it back? And that way it just eliminates it from the entire discussion. And that way we can send it off to our lower tier municipalities and they can have a discussion about it. Because if so, council can deal with that after the results of 17 or 16 or 32 get decided.
Yeah, I think the weighted vote needs a triple majority, does it not? So it has to be included in the bylaw.
So if it needs a triple majority, how did we create it then? Did we go, I've never heard of our municipality ever discussing a triple or a weighted vote system. I mean, when was it created? I don't even know what this bylaw. I thought it was part of our procedure bylaw, which I asked you about earlier.
Yeah, I believe it was created when the province set up in 1994. They laid it out when they laid out 32 councillors and a weighted vote.
So if it's a bylaw, can we revoke a bylaw as a House?
Through you, Warden. So the Simcoe County of Simcoe Act in 1994, the province had put this in, said, the county will be made up of 16 municipalities, mayors and deputy mayors on council, and they included this weighted vote formula in that legislation. Subsequently, 2002 is when the county's weighted vote bylaw was passed. That lines up with the passing of the Municipal Act. That's likely why I think that happened. I don't know the specifics. It did achieve triple majority at that time in 2002. and set out this exact formula that we're talking about today that exists today and distributes the votes at the beginning of each new term of council. The amendment or the motion to refer the bylaw back to staff to incorporate an amendment right now is suggesting that in the bylaw, council just repeals the weighted vote formula entirely and would be silent on that matter. And so each member would just have one vote in accordance with the Municipal Act if we were to just repeal the weighted vote bylaw as it stands. In the proposed bylaw today, exactly as you said, the weighted vote bylaw is proposed to be repealed and sort of replaced with some language in here to account for composition change. So that's what's before council at this moment.
Your Worship, then I think, given that this is an important vote that's about to happen, do we have the ability as a House to suspend the bylaw for recorded vote and weighted system to ensure that this vote be done at a 1-to-1 vote right now? Do we have the ability to suspend the recorded motion?
Through you, Warden, I think I know what you're getting at. If the amendment were to pass, this bylaw suggesting that the weighted vote be repealed would go out for triple majority. So no, council doesn't have the ability right now to repeal the existing weighted vote bylaw because it was achieved by triple majority. To change it would require triple majority.
So there will be a weighted vote today. There's no way around that.
Okay, I get that part.
Yeah.
Very interesting, folks.
Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to, first of all, thank you for your latitude, letting us all have a very good debate today, some people speaking several times. But I would suggest at this point, and please correct me if I'm wrong, no matter what anybody says, everybody's got their mind made up how they're going to vote. I totally appreciate if you find the matter confusing and that clarity needs, but I don't think any more debate at this point will change anyone's vote. So I would, other than anyone who hasn't spoken yet, I would ask I would ask to call the vote.
Before I call the vote, I have someone that hasn't spoken yet. Councillor Gordon, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you. I've just
and
been
we are going to put the amendment on the screen.
carefully considering all the debate today on this. This amendment that's on the floor right now, I'd rather see this amendment defeated. Let's get back to the real question at hand. Let's send the whole package, assuming it's passed, to the councils with a commitment that, assuming triple majority happens to reduce council size, that this House will revisit the weighted vote in a completely separate process. Let's not obfuscate the two by trying to wind them together right now. Let's send what we already approved as a House to our councils, debate the merits of that, get it back here. If it comes back in the affirmative that we're going to a 17 members with weighted vote, because that's the way it's currently structured, then we can commit to revisiting the weighted vote structure on its own, have the public meetings at that later time, and send that new direction around for triple majority. I think that's the cleanest, simplest way to do that, unless the objective here is to simply, throw the boat anchor out, further, delay this. I believe that, let's not tinker with this. Let's defeat the amendment, whatever it's going to be on the screen. Get back to the prime question. If that passes, using the weighted vote system, that's enshrined in the way we work, then, let's have the debate at our council and, again, commit to the revisiting weighted votes entirely on its own as an isolated subject of discussion in the coming weeks.
Thank you. I have had a call for the vote. Very quickly, sir. Go ahead, and then we'll call the vote.
Could I request a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote? Yeah, I think. All right. Perfect. Yes. Recorded vote. We're going to confirm with the mover and seconder, have a read, see if that's what you say.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, thank you.
And the seconder, you're fine with the amendment? That'd be you, Councillor McDonald. Sorry, Councillor Cox. You're fine with the amendment? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know I was moving it, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay, recorded vote requested. by Councillor Walma.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. So this is a motion to refer the bylaw to staff to incorporate an amendment to repeal the current weighted vote bylaw, so there would be no weighted vote formula, and each member of council would have one vote in accordance with the Municipal Act. Staff would prepare and issue public notice of council's intention to pass an amended bylaw to change the composition of county council. Staff would schedule a public meeting for council to consider an amended draft bylaw to change the composition of county council. And the notice of the public meeting would also be provided to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in the form of a letter from the warden. So effectively, this is direction to have staff go back and tweak the weighted vote portion of the bylaw so that there would be no weighted vote at all. We'd schedule a public meeting and go through that process again. So that's what this vote is on. The recorded vote was called by alternate Councillor Walma, and we'll start with Councillor Walma on the motion to refer this.
In favor.
Councillor Fowler.
Opposed.
Councillor Fryer.
Opposed.
Councillor Gordon.
Opposed.
Councillor Greenlaw.
In favor.
Councillor Hamlin.
Opposed.
Councillor Laux.
Opposed.
Councillor LaRose.
In favor.
Councillor Lavoie.
In favor.
Councillor Leduc.
Opposed.
Councillor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor McClellan.
Opposed.
Councillor Measures.
In favor.
Councillor Miskmans.
In favor.
Councillor Norcross.
Opposed.
Councillor Norris.
Opposed.
Councillor Prost.
In favor.
Councillor Rawson.
In favor.
Councillor Sandu.
Opposed.
Councillor Brian Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Michael Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Vince Stavron.
In favor.
Councillor Walker.
Opposed.
Councillor Anderson.
In favor.
Alternate Councillor Snutch.
In favor.
Councillor Burkett.
In favor.
Councillor Cabral.
Opposed.
Deputy Warden Coughlin.
Opposed.
Councillor Cox.
In favor?
Councillor Dolan.
Opposed.
And lastly, Your Worship,
Opposed.
please just give us one moment. Warden, there's a vote of 17 in favor and 15 against. However, the recorded vote is 65 in favor and 80 against. So that motion would be defeated.
Okay, thank you. So what we have now is the bylaw as it was proposed originally is what's on the floor now. And do I have a mover and a seconder? I believe I do. Yes, we do. So prior and recorded votes requested on the bylaw. Clarification, Councillor Anderson.
Yes, clarification on procedures through to the clerk. Is a recorded vote a statutory power?
Yes, that's outlined in the Municipal Act. A member can call for their vote to be recorded in the minutes. A weighted vote is slightly different.
Okay, I'm just through your worship, just trying to clarify if that rule can be suspended then if the recorded vote or weighted vote is a statutory power or if it's not a statutory power as per this procedure bylaw.
Do you have an answer for that, Jonathan? Are you saying, can you have a recorded vote that's not weighted? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Your worship, but what I'm suggesting is unless it's a statutory power, council could suspend the rules of procedure to not permit the recorded vote, but we cannot suspend the rules of procedure that are statutory.
Gotcha. I believe to suspend the rules, you'd need a 60% majority, though, correct? They're looking at suspending the rules, that there's no recorded vote now.
Yeah, I would like to take a minute probably to look at the procedure bylaw. That fact is most certainly true. To suspend the rules would require a 2/3 majority and would be subject to a weighted vote to sort of suspend a weighted vote. So if that answers your question, if that's something that council wants to do, I can dig a little bit deeper into the procedure bylaw, but that's the answer. That's the answer.
Do you want to research it more, or you're comfortable with that?
So it most certainly would require 2/3 votes to suspend the rules. I'd want some clarity on whether the rules can be suspended in this scenario, but it would certainly require 2/3, and that would be a weighted vote. So if council wants to go down that road, we can do that.
If we're going to go down that road,
if that answer is satisfactory, then
if we're going to go down that road, we will take a break, Councillor. But
Thank you, Your Worship. Whatever road you want to go down, can we take a 5-minute break? I'm good with that.
you know what? I got a motion on the floor. Can I break? Let's take a 10-minute bio break. I've got requests coming in. I've had texts coming in. It's 11 o'clock. At this time, I don't have a quorum, so some of the councilors have chosen not to come back into the room. So there's a 15-minute grace period, and if I don't have a quorum in 15 minutes, we will be adjourning the meeting. Right now. Starts at 11 o'clock. So if I don't have a quorum by 11:15, then we'll have no choice but to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Hammer.
I just have a question, Warden. Are these councillors who are not here the ones who are opposed to moving forward with the reduced number of councillors?
I can't debate on that. All I can say is I did go out and try and convince the councillors to join us, but they're not.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just a quick question. If they're out there materially advancing the business, which clearly appears to be the case, I guess the ombudsman's going to have to be notified of the breach that we're allowing to happen right now. So I'd like that put on the record that the members that are in the House right now, ready to do business, have no part in this ethical breach that is being perpetrated by members of this House.
But other than that, no more discussion on it. Everybody's got to make their own. Only clarification of the rules, the 15-minute grace period.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just further to Mayor Gordon's or Councillor Gordon's point. Is the clerk recording who's in the chambers now?
Yes.
To all members that are in attendance, we don't have a quorum. The procedure bylaw states, well, as the warden has mentioned, there's a 15-minute grace period. If a quorum isn't achieved by that 15 minutes, the members who are present will be recorded and the meeting will stand adjourned.
Thank you, Your Worship.
We'll recess for 13 more minutes.
So we have to recess for 13 more minutes and see if we can achieve quorum. I don't have a quorum, so I don't think I can. So we are back. It's 11:15. It doesn't look like I have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, can you take attendance and let me know?
Thank you, Warden. I have Councillor Anderson absent. Alternate Councillor Snutch is absent. Councillor Burkett is absent. Councillor Cabral is present. Your Worship is present. Deputy Warden Coughlin present. Councillor Cox is absent. Councillor Dolan is present. Alternate Councillor Walma is absent. Councillor Fowler is present. Councillor Fryer is present. Councillor Gordon is present. Councillor Greenlaw is absent. Councillor Hamlin is present. Councillor Laux is present. Councillor LaRose is absent. Councillor Lavoie is absent. Councillor Leduc is present. Councillor McDonald is absent. Councillor McClellan is present. Councillor Measures is absent. Councillor Miskimens is absent. Councillor Norcross is present. Councillor Norris is present. Councillor Prost is absent. Councillor Rawson is absent. Councillor Sandu is present. Councillor Brian Smith is absent. Councillor Michael Smith is absent. Councillor Snell is absent. Councillor Van Staveren is absent. And Councillor Walker is present. So Warden, we have 15 members in attendance and 17 absent. We require 17 members to be present to form a quorum. So we currently don't have quorum, and under the procedure bylaw, the 15 minutes has elapsed and the council meeting would stand adjourned.
Thank you. It's unfortunate because if I understand correctly, everything we passed at the Committee of the Whole earlier is not ratified through the confirmation bylaw. And there was some time-sensitive issues, and I believe one of them was the child care funding, so that will not get ratified today. This meeting does stand adjourned.
We'll try and form Committee of the Whole.
So my next meeting is the Committee of the Whole. There's a 15-minute grace period whether I can reconvene for Committee of the Whole. Separate meeting. So I'll call the committee meeting to order. I will look for my clerk for roll call.
Thank you, Warden. Just like a moment to try and gather who's in the room. Okay, Warden, thank you very much. We have all members of council in attendance with a couple of exceptions. Councillor Bell has sent his regrets with alternate Councillor Snutch in attendance. And secondly, we had regrets from Councillor Evans with alternate Councillor Walma in attendance. And we are joined by Aurelia Councillor Fallis with the remaining city representatives not in attendance. You do have your quorum at this time for Committee of the Whole, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fallis. I know there was other reps here, but they had to leave. Our meeting ran quite a bit over time. Go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through yourself to the clerk, I'm looking to figure out how to have item 2025-056, which was part of our council, to be pulled and dealt with separately, as I feel that it is time, I know that it's time sensitive, and I do not want our County of Simcoe childcare to miss out on $150 million. So what acrobats are going to take place to waive the procedural bylaw or whatever it takes to have that dealt with today to ensure that we don't miss out on that.
I don't know if I can today, but I think I'll have to call a special meeting. Because we had to adjourn council lack of quorum, we didn't pass a confirmatory bylaw. So nothing that was ratified at Committee of the Whole was carried, and there's $150 million that had to be approved before April 2nd that did not get approved. So I think I'll have to call an emergency meeting because it is time sensitive, but don't we have to advertise it over 24 hours? Is that it, Jonathan, or do I have that authority here?
Warden, we'd have to consider what's contained in the procedure bylaw. There is the ability for the warden to call a special meeting of council, but there are notice requirements as well. So I think it'd be in the best interest for the warden in consultation with our office to discuss that and decide what the next best steps are. So I would need a few moments to look into the procedure bylaw because if we were to call a special meeting, the agenda would have to be very clear and issued. So there are a few sort of practical pieces there to try to make that happen.
So we've got, you can work on that, but we should need to get into our Committee of the Whole for today. Just questions on that. I'll be trying to call a special meeting as soon as possible. Hopefully I can. So now I'll look for approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Warden Coughlin that the agenda for March 25th, 2025 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
The only change I'm going to do to the agenda, the in-camera item 15.1, I will move up and we'll deal with it at the end of Human Services because the separated cities are also involved and it's an informative. So we'll move that up on the agenda when the time comes. So with that, I'll ask for a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council. Not seeing any, so presentations and delegations, all sections. We have representatives here from the Simcoe County Historical Association. Oh, it was withdrawn, so no, they're not here today. Thank you. So performance management. Hang on, Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. First item is 5.1, CCW 2025-0877, Simcoe County Archives, operations in February 2025. And I'll look for a mover or seconder to get on the floor. So Councillor Locks, thank you very much. Councillor Norris, thank you very much. And the motion is that item CCW 2025-087 dated March 25th, 2025 regarding Simcoe County Archives operations in February 2025 be received. Any comments or questions from members? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? Thank you, Council. Your Worship, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is CCW 2025-077, objects for deaccession from Simcoe County Museum collection. The motion is that item CCW 2025-077, dated March 25th, 2025, regarding the deaccession of objects from Simcoe County Museum collection be received, and that staff be authorized to proceed with the deaccession of the identified objects in accordance with the Museum Collections Management Policy. That's Councillor Fryer, if you move that, and Councillor Fowler, you'll second that. Thank you. Is there any comments or questions in regards to the report? I'm not seeing that. So All those in favor, or that's probably the warden's call, but I'm just checking, moving right along. So, Your Worship, that's all I have on my item for agenda.
For now, okay,
For now,
thank
yes,
you,
sir.
Chair Norcross, and I'll go on to Chair Measures for Human Services.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. We're at Human Services, item number 7. Item number 7.1 is the item that I would ask for our General Manager, Jane Sinclair. She'd like to introduce item 7.1. Jane?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This report is the year-end review for emergency management. And just to set some context, we had a new manager start at the beginning of the year in 2024. And with County Council's approval for enhancements moving into 2025, we felt this would be a great information report as a baseline to compare the work that's completed in 2025. It has a schedule attached with a fully detailed report of all the activity during the year, which is something that we normally provide to our Emergency Management Program Committee. And as you can see, there's highlights in terms of over 1,000 participants in a number of different educational programs, emergency exercise and events. There was a lot of work done to support our long-term care and senior services department, as well as updates to our emergency social services and our continuity of operations. So it just provides a very fulsome overview of the work done for comparison moving into 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Is there any questions to this report and or the staff on this item? Yes, Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just a question about the community safety and well-being planning. It talks about, I guess what I'm asking is, what is the role of the member municipalities in the community safety and well-being plans?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. The local municipalities are part of the process in terms of the requirement to have community safety and well-being plans, and they are working along with other committee members with our lead coordinator through emergency management to fulfill the action items in each of those 5 plans that represent all 16 municipalities, member municipalities, as well as the City of Orillia. So there are a number of committees in place. There's an overarching steering committee, and we are working together to provide support in terms of completing and measuring the outcomes of the plans that have been submitted and approved to the province. Does that help?
It does. Thank you. One follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I could. So I'm not sure how it works with the OPP detachments, but I know at Simcoe Police, they're required under the new Community Safety and Policing Act to have an updated community safety and well-being plan as well. Is that work also contemplated to be done at the county level?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will ask our emergency manager, Grant Durfee, to speak in more details.
Thank you for the question. And through you, Chair, yeah, so part of the update for this year is recognizing the changes within the Community Safety and Policing Act and the needed inclusion of the Local Police Services Board, or in the case of the rest of the county, the separate OPP detachment boards. So they are being integrated where they weren't before to ensure they're included in these plans. And then these plans are also reflected with their respective detachment or police services boards.
All right, thank you very much. Looking for anyone else on the floor who has a question about this report about the review for the emergency services. All right, seeing none, I will look for a mover and seconder for the consent items. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Brian Smith, thank you. The motion says that the following consent items having been given due consideration be received, and those are only one item, which is the Emergency Management 2024 year-end review. No further questions. I'll call the motion. All in favor. That carries, Your Worship. Moving to item number 8 is Human Services Long-Term Care Committee of Management. We have a recommendation here. GM Sinclair is available for any questions. This is item CCW 2025-058, the Health and Emergency Services Recruitment and Retention Update. And can I look for a mover and seconder to put it on the floor? where are we? Mr. Fryer, thank you, and whoever. We'll go with Councillor Cox. And GM Sinclair, do you have anything you want to add to this? I didn't make a note on that, whether you had something you wanted to speak to.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just that we're very pleased with the progress that we're making, and if I can highlight a couple of quick points. In paramedic services, they have 10 focus areas, long-term care, 13 priorities, and a couple of quick statistics. We've been working very closely with our Human Resources Department and with our Service Simcoe Communications Department in marketing for recruitment purposes. And as you can see, the stats are very compelling. We had 105 of over 300 recruitments in the last quarter of the year when we really started a significant marketing campaign. So we're seeing some really significant recruitment happening in our long-term care and senior services homes. And also you can see the utilization rates of agency staffing has reduced from as high as 27% to 18%. And I just received the most current statistics as of February. We're down to 13%. So we're really making some significant progress in our retention and recruitment, and similar progress in paramedic services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have a question, Councillor Fryer?
Thank you, Chair Measures, and through you to General Manager Sinclair. Very positive report. I wanted to ask about the agency utilization table on page 3, item 6. It's showing improvement, very, very good improvement, 40% over what it was at the level during the pandemic. I wondered if you could just give us a little bit of information. Currently, the average is about 18%. I wondered what it had been prior to the pandemic. I would expect that a target would always be 0, but there's probably more of a realistic target as to agency utilization. So I just wondered if you could elaborate on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. As per the report, our most recent year-over-year comparison, we were as high as 27%, and it dropped to 18% in 2024. However, during the height of the pandemic, we were as high as 40% agency utilization, significant use. Currently, as I mentioned, as of February, we're actually down overall now across our 4 long-term care homes and senior services to 13%. So it's continuing to drop. And our lowest rate is at Simcoe Manor in Beaton at 4%. And so I think in terms of a go-forward target, realistically, most long-term care homes, as part of their contingency planning, will have some small extent of agency utilization, given the nature of the services and always needing to have staff available. However, so having a small percentage between 4 and 5% is a realistic number and what we would contemplate in future budgeting, future budgets. So our goal is to have the other 3 long-term care homes and senior services decrease to that 4 or 5% target as a normal baseline for agency utilization.
Just very quickly as a follow-up, I want to, on behalf of Collingwood Council, thank staff for their hard work at Sunset Manor. I know we've seen nothing but improvement during my term, and we're all very grateful for the work that's being done, so commending on that.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there any other further questions? Yes, Councillor Leduc.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Jane Sinclair. I just wanted to ask a quick question. Reading through the report, you know, the opportunities for professional development, when it came to the survey for the long-term care and senior services, we were at 43% felt that they had an opportunity for professional development, where when we look at the paramedic services, it was a higher number. Just curious as to why there was such a low number for the opportunity for professional development. Is there a program we're missing there, or because I really believe that's a key point to keeping people engaged.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have actually invested significant efforts to provide additional professional development opportunities. We know that is a a desired goal for many of our staff across health and emergency services. 2 years ago, corporately, we developed a pilot called, what was called the Health and Emergency Services Professional Development Pilot, where staff in paramedic services, long-term care senior services were eligible for tuition funding for certificate programs, degrees, diplomas, et cetera. We have seen significant uptake in that across the board. However, we did receive from the survey, as per your comments, it did identify that staff are looking for even more professional development. So that is an absolute target for us to look at how we can continue to provide more professional development opportunities. Some of our experience has been around some of the professional development we provide in the long-term care homes. Some of it is in person, some of it is through what we call LMS, so it's virtual. And we're finding staff are looking for more in-person type professional development and training, so that's an area of target for us going forward. I would look to Ms. Osa Clint-Piggott, who authored this report and has been a key stakeholder in this development, to add any additional comments.
Hi, thank you, Jane. Further to what Jane said, in our annual planning day this year, one of the items that staff and leadership teams across the homes all agreed about the importance of was this priority of continuing opportunities to provide staff with opportunities to grow and continue to learn. So it is something that we are prioritizing this year. We are looking at developing working committees currently on to enable this type of work going forward, and looking for staff involvement as well to hear from them about how we can better serve them and creating these types of opportunities for continued learning.
Okay. Is there any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we do have a mover and seconder. So the item again is item CCW 2025-058, dated March 25th, 2025, regarding the Health and Emergency Services recruitment and retention update be received. Any further? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.2, the Living Classroom Partnership with Simcoe County Muskoka Catholic School Board. Jane Sinclair is also available to answer any questions on this. In an effort to get this on the floor, Councillor Snell, that'd be great. And is there a second? Councillor Van Staveren, thank you very much. This is item CCW 2025-081. Ms. Sinclair, do you have anything you want to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just that we're so pleased with this new partnership.
Yes.
It's very exciting. We have 10 students currently at Trillium Manor, and we're working with this partnership to expand across our 4 locations. So really positive experience for us and the students.
Yeah, excellent. And just to be clear, it's not a co-op program. It's an actual program that's being held. So it's kind of a unique thing. We're really happy with it. Council, any questions? Yes, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jane. First of all, I commend the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board for setting up this program. And as we all know, this is desperately needed in our area, and commend Jane and her staff for working with them, I'm sure, to get this off the ground and to make it happen. But I was questioned actually just yesterday by one of our citizens. If you could maybe just explain in a little more detail than the report, what exactly, when the students are finished this course, what exactly does that mean, or where does it position them within their education towards PSW?
Good question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have our Manager of Professional Development for Long-Term Care and Senior Services, Michelle Jeffrey, here. So if you don't mind, I would ask Michelle to speak to the details of this program.
Absolutely, thank you. So when the students are complete the program at the end of June, they will go into a full-time praxis like any certified PSW college program, and they are actually fully certified to work and be employed as a PSW. It's a fantastic opportunity for them.
Thank you. That's very positive. Is there any other questions? Oh, yes. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair, just a quick question on this. I'm curious if other school boards have been approached. Wondering why it was just the one, if there had been maybe some further explanation there. Thanks.
Jane or staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're not aware of other school boards that have taken on this opportunity. We do understand it's fairly new, and it's working with Schlegel, which is a significant provider of long-term care and senior services, and is really quite progressive in education and training. So we'll certainly look for opportunities for other partnerships in future as well.
Okay, thank you very much. One last call. Any further? All right, the motion is that item CCW 2025-081, dated March 25, 2025, regarding the Living Classroom Partnership between Trillium Manor and the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board be received. I'll call the motion. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Your Worship, going to item 8.3 now, Simcoe Strong Volunteer Program. Volunteers, of course, are the heartblood of any community, so we're really pleased with this motion. GM Sinclair is available. I will look for a mover and seconder on the floor for this. Who would like to do that? Cabral and Lux. Would be great. Thank you. And this is item CCW 2025-089. Jane, you have some events coming up. Ms. Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have events at each of our 4 locations to celebrate and thank our volunteers. As you know, they are a precious gift to our residents, and we are grateful. So this is an opportunity for our staff and county council to attend, to say thank you to our growing group of volunteers. We're over 100 now across our 4 long-term care homes. The museum has over 50 volunteers, so it's a great opportunity during the month of April and also during Volunteer Week from the 27th to the beginning of April as well, to celebrate and thank our volunteers.
Well done. Any questions or comments? Councillor Cox, go ahead.
Yep, through the chair to Jane. Can you just give a bit of an overview? There's some interesting numbers in here on the amount of hours the volunteers do and what they do. I don't think a lot of people realize how wonderful this is. And it may be also something that if we talked about, they may encourage other people to actually get into these programs, the museum or long-term care, because I think people know about long-term care, but I'm not sure if they realize the museum also is looking for volunteers. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Very busy. Go right ahead.
Thank you for the question. So you can see there's close to 10,000 volunteer hours just from this group in the long-term care and senior services. They provide tremendous support for a wide range of different types of activities. So everything from one-to-one reading to a resident, to attending activities, going to bingo, going on bus trips, playing music. So there is quite a large variety of opportunities. And quite honestly, we will customize the support from volunteers based on what they're comfortable with and what they can contribute. So to the comments, we always welcome additional volunteers. So if our big opportunity is to get the word out so that people in the communities know it's a very fulfilling opportunity to work with others to really support those vulnerable individuals, and we would welcome any opportunities to increase our volunteerism.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Again, calling for any other questions or comments. All right, seeing none. I have the motion here then with our mover and seconder that item CCW 2025-089, dated March 25th, 2025, regarding Simcoe Strong Volunteer Program be received. I'll call a motion. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. Your Worship, over to Human Services and other matters for consideration. One of my favorite items on this agenda. Please, I don't think there's anything. Yes, there is. Thank you. Jennifer Coughlin, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just curious as to the appropriateness, if there's an opportunity to bring that item forward as just looking to not have another special meeting. I wasn't sure if
No, my intention is I'm calling a special Zoom meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock. clear your schedules, be there, and we will deal with the remainder of the committee of the whole that needs to get ratified. So it's the committee of the whole from March 11th. Those items need to be ratified. So that my intention is, and so watch for the memo tomorrow at 1 o'clock because I needed 24 hours notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much then. One last call for other items. Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to your worship.
Thank you. And now I'm going to bring up the in-camera item, the closed session, because I think we need an update. We do need to go into camera, and we'll do it while we have our city reps here. I apologize to those in the galley, but it's a discussion that should take place. Thank you. So I'll read the resolution, which is, hang on. Where is the one here? Committee of the whole resolved into closed session at 11:46 under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)D, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations, Section 239(2)F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and Section 239(2)K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or be carried on or by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Miskman, second by Councillor Sandu. All in favor? That is carried. We'll just wait till we close and no microphones. Okay, we are back. So I have a motion that was moved by Councillor Michael Smith, second by Councillor Fryer. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within the confidential item CCW 2025-086 regarding labor relations or employee negotiations, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board be voted upon and approved in accordance with section 236(6)B of the Municipal Act, and that was carried. So I'll thank the city reps, and then we'll get back to the rest of our agenda. And Chair Dolan, Corporate Services, please.
Thank you, Warden. So we're now on item 10, and that is corporate services consent. There are 3 items on the consent agenda today. 10.1 is the growth management and settlement area boundary expansion official plan amendments update from the town of New Tecumseh. 10.2 is a letter from the Township of Oro-Medonte regarding Township of Oro-Medonte Council motion pertaining to boundary adjustment provincial facilitation process. And 10.3, a letter from the City of Barrie regarding the Township of Oro-Medonte Council motion pertaining to the boundary adjustment provincial facilitation process. Does anybody want to pull any of those items? Councillor Cabral, which item did you want to pull?
Thank you. Actually, just a comment on a particular item.
Which item are you commenting?
10.2.
10.2. Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to pull item 10.2 and 10.3 to be dealt with together.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone interested in 10.1? Seeing none, so that the following consent. So I just do 10.1 now, Mr. Clerk, is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think the following consent items, with the exception of the 2 items that have been pulled, be received.
Thank you. So the following consent items, with the exception of the 2 that have been pulled, be received and being given due consideration, be received. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Snell and Councillor Norris. All those in favor? That is carried. So now we'll go to item 10.2, Councillor Cabral, and then Councillor Lavoie.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on this. This particular letter from Township of Oro-Medonte regarding their council motion pertaining to the boundary adjustment provincial facilitation process. Springwater Council had their meeting last Wednesday, and this was tabled there. The clerk was kind enough to actually read the entire motion out, which was, it's a fairly lengthy motion. It certainly opened up to members of council for comment. Most of the comments were extremely positive, very supportive, and they were in particular with the items specific to the appendix, talking about making the meetings public, having a more streamlined process. Those types of points were made. Most of the members of council who did speak were very supportive of those, and we did receive it. So I just wanted to let the House know that that's what's gone on in Springwater, and I'm sure that our particular council is going to take some of those comments, some of those observations as we continue to move forward with our own internal discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much to Springwater for that. I just wanted to raise a few points about the process itself, and the objective here is to get a motion just to get a report from county council staff, going forward at a future date. We passed the resolution because the current process is not transparent to the public and does not allow for public input. It's slow to yield progress and does not have a specific timeline. It doesn't provide the positions of the parties either to the public nor between themselves. It doesn't give elected representatives the opportunity to communicate face-to-face with each other nor with the public by whom they were elected. It may not provide, and very importantly, procedural fairness to the parties if the province is called upon to decide on any residual matters. It has the appearance of being affected by the hand of the province from time to time. It does not have a procedure of any form. It is over budget by at least 65%. It does not provide for matters that have been decided by professional planning opinion to be removed from consideration. And finally, it appears subject to the whims of ever-increasing demands, perhaps spreading to other municipalities. So we're asking this House pass a motion for a staff report that will inform other council members in order that they might be able to direct staff and council representatives on a course of action that will benefit the county and its member municipalities. And I would move such a motion.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder, sir?
I do, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, did you have a copy of that motion ahead of time?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I was made aware that this was coming, and it's essentially to refer both letters to staff for a report back.
Would it be possible for you to put that motion up on the screen just so everybody's totally clear on what they're voting on? Thank you.
Sure. Just one moment.
Warden Clark.
Yeah, and I can support that motion. This has been going on for a while, the annexation, and it is a county boundary, so it does affect county at a certain level. So I think we need an overall staff report that, Rob, you can get your department to bring us up to speed on where we're at and how it may affect us.
Madam Chair, the motion's on the screen.
Thank you. Can I ask the mover and the seconder, please, to confirm that they're in agreement with the wording in the motion?
I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, questions or comments on the motion on the screen? Councillor Leduc.
Just a quick question. Is the county involved now in the negotiations, and has it cost us money? And how did we get involved earlier? Did council give the approval to be involved in that process? Or I'm asking our CAO, I guess, or through you, Warden?
I can answer part of it and defer it. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, we have been involved as a partner in negotiations. Mark, if you want to add some more to it.
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship. The parties that were pulled together by the Provincial Development Facilitator included Springwater, Ormadani, the City of Barrie, and the County of Simcoe. The initial study was shared between the municipalities in terms of cost. But as I understand it now, the cost is being borne by the City of Barrie as they proceed to determine what their needs might be.
Just follow up, so our costs will be fully recovered. We're not going to be, the county's not part of any of these costs.
With respect to the current process of doing a study for the City of Barrie, that's no cost to us, but the remainder of the undertaking and what might occur, I can't speculate on at this point. There may be costs, maybe more work required.
Any other questions or comments on this piece? Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, just to respond to Councillor Leduc's question, there were costs prior to this point in time, so this would be the going forward consideration, and as already pointed out, there are staff involved.
Thank you. And I would add, just having been through this in not so recent history, 2008, 2009, 2010, that I applaud the county for taking an active role in it, because it does affect the assessment at the County of Simcoe, and any land that's taken out of the County of Simcoe will affect the assessment for the county. So I applaud the county taking an active role. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, just for clarity, Chair Dolan, I just want to know, are we doing both at the same time, or are we going to vote on this and then deal with 10.3 after?
The motion was to have both of them, I believe. That was the wording. It's down now, but it was to have both of them go to the staff for report back.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make a comment, if I may, in regards to 10.3, because it's a letter from the city of Barrie. And in the last line, I don't think they understood our motion clearly. And it says, I hope Oro-Medani will reconsider their position and come back to the provincial land development facilitation table to come to a locally developed solution. Oro-Medani has never left the table of the discussion, so I find that comment a little misleading. I just want to clarify that for the rest of council so they know that Oro-Medani has been committed from day one to stay at the table and be a part of the facilitation, and we've taken a very active role from our investment in staff and in activity throughout the process.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion moved by Councillor Lavoie? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? That is carried unanimously. And next we'll go to items.
Madam Chair, just it wasn't unanimous. I didn't vote in favor.
My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Leduc. So it was carried, but not unanimously. And item 11, which is other matters for consideration. Item 11.1, the Economic Development Subcommittee report. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Cox, that the recommendations contained within the Economic Development Subcommittee report dated March 11th, 2025 be approved. Questions or comments on the Economic Development Subcommittee? Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I see Ms. Stevenson's here. Could you just sort of give a bit of an overview on your new tourism craft beverage development plan? Because that's very exciting for us in this, for Simcoe County, and seeing the way things are going on in the world. We may have a lot of visitors this summer.
Ms. Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're very excited to have a craft development strategy in Simcoe County. When I started here 15 years ago, I think there was just Creemore. And now you can see that, yay, that you can see that we have 28 producers now within Simcoe County in the craft beverage industry, and 34 when you include other non-alcoholic industry as well. So we thought it was time to look into this and find out how this becomes part of our destination and how it works with our destination and the people and the visitors that are coming here. So we have a very active craft beverage business. The businesses are very active and have been with us the whole way when we have been developing this strategy. So not unlike Simcoe, we started Simcoe. It's in its 11th year now, and it takes time to develop through product development, through marketing. Same thing with craft beverage. We're starting the development stage, and we will continue to develop and layer all of our other tourism product on top of it. So yes, this becomes the destination of choice for Canadians staying in Canada and for others coming to a unique tourism destination, outdoor destination that includes culture and agritourism.
Thank you for that. Follow-up, Ms. Councillor Cox?
Yes, and thank you very much. And there's also the motorcycle one, too. I just think what the tourism does here in the economic development is just fabulous. These staff work so well within every group in our municipality, and I just want to thank them.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions on the Economic Development Subcommittee report? Councillor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. There was the report on the tariff risks, and I just wanted to highlight that it might be helpful if we had a little more understanding on what the risks were to the agricultural industry. I think it's pretty important to this community and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to respond to that? CAO Aiken?
Yeah, I can speak to that, and I think Adam's over there as well. So the purpose of this report, there's actually two reports speaking to tariffs. Another one comes later on the agenda that deals directly with kind of corporate impacts. So what the Economic Development Committee asked of staff was some sort of an overview on kind of what the potential tariffs imposed are. And that's kind of where this report goes. This is very fluid, as you can well imagine. Threats are made, things get pulled back, things go on. But what this report does, it does provide a bit of an overview of kind of the concerns that our partners, our industrial partners and our employment partners in Simcoe County have with respect to the tariffs and the potential impacts on the various pieces. So your question specifically about agriculture, is that, or you just wanted more of an overview?
That's fine. I just want to make sure we're paying attention to it because it is one of those cross-border issues, like automotive. You know, we sometimes send raw agricultural product to the United States for processing. It comes back as food we consume, et cetera, or product. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, I think that's the intent, to keep track of what's going on. There are various sectors that are heavily impacted in Simcoe County by the potential of tariffs. Automotive is another one, agriculture. But I don't know if Adam has anything he'd like to add, but I think the intent is as impacts come, our EDO team is in regular contact with our various partners, and we will be reporting back through the Economic Development Subcommittee. There may well be impacts not only to our businesses, but there could be impacts to our budget as well in EDO as we pivot to assist. So Adam, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add? No? Adam's good.
Thank you, CAO Aiken. And also just the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is taking the lead on this. They've had countless delegations to the U.S. from different categories of businesses and also municipal reps. And also AMO is working step in step with FCM to support them with the Ontario piece. Seeing no other hands, all those in favor of the Economic Development Subcommittee recommendations, that is carried. And finally, the Grant Program Task Force dated March the 18th. Any comments or questions on the Grant Task Force? Any amended recommendations? Seeing none, I'd ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Norris, seconded by Councillor, I always get it mixed up, Prost or Prost? Prost, sorry. Seconded by Councillor Prost, that the recommendations contained within the Grant Program Task Force report dated March the 18th, 2025 be approved. Councillor Cox.
Sorry. This is another wonderful program that there is, and I know I had mentioned it before, and I hope some of the groups put their application in, but it does help many groups and municipalities right across Simcoe County, and events are being able to help. Small groups are, figure skating, all sorts of ones, and I just want to thank very much.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of the recommendations, any opposed? That is carried. Is there any other items for consideration for today? Seeing none, back to you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. Chair Norcross, if you can finish off performance management, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, we have one item, 12.1, letter dated March 3rd, 2025, from York Region regarding Regional Council decision, York Region 2030 Commonwealth Games, bid expression of interest. The motion is that the following consent item, having been given due consideration, be received. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McClellan, Councillor McDonald. Is there any comments or questions in regards to the letter? Not seeing any. Hello, Councillor Walma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Have we looked at this? At the end, it's looking for an expression of interest from us, and I personally think that hosting the Commonwealth Games in our neck of the woods would be a feather in everybody's cap. So,
thank you. I'm going to defer to the warden, please.
Yeah, the trouble with this one, and it came last minute, and we have no idea what the cost would be. Like, I know last time they were looking at having games here, they were utilizing some of the regions within Simcoe County, and this came in last minute, and no time to do a staff report or assess the cost. So I don't know if we want to proceed not knowing what it could cost us in the end.
No, thank you for those comments. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Snell, please.
Thank you. That being said, Warden, would it be possible then to maybe send a reply that at least, going forward, we would be curious to know more information, but if that request could come
with a little bit more notice for us to do our due diligence rather than no response at all, if that was our plan.
I'm going to defer to the CEO on this one.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. Maybe just some simple direction for the county to respond to York Region with some queries. What I do know is that Hamilton was looking at potentially putting in a bid, and the province didn't support Hamilton's bid. And this particular resolution, as I understand it, was crafted on the floor of York Region Council. It didn't come with a report. I believe Durham, Halton, and Peel are just receiving it for information. But I think it's fair to the comment of the councillor to send some sort of a response asking for more information from York Region.
Councillor Leduc?
I would be in favor of sending a letter down and stating that we kind of in support, because I think in this bylaw or in this resolution, it talks about whereas the party can withdraw from any dialogue or feasibility phase at no malice or no prejudice or penalty. So I'd be interested in it. I think it is a great economic opportunity for us to showcase what Simcoe County can do and areas like that. So I think it's something I'd like to pursue, but as long as it's no cost to us at this point in time, I think we have the choice to pull out, I think, in the end. So I'd like to see a letter go down to say we're in support of the Commonwealth Games and see if we can host some of them here. Who knows?
I'm going to go to the CAO. Do you believe there's an out if we make a commitment in the way that letter is written?
Well, I think to the initial suggestion, a letter to the region asking for some clarification on what exactly this means might provide the answer to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Chair Dolan.
Thank you, Chair Norcross. Just a comment as to this. We were involved in the Pan Am Games back, I want to say 2015. And I'm not sure which municipalities. I believe Clearview was one of them. Ennisville was one of them for all the shooting disciplines. And there was a significant amount of money, but not from the local municipalities. It came from the provincial government. So yeah, I think understanding what they're interested in and what facilities they might be interested in, so that the local municipalities might be put on notice as well and have an opinion on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, just through the clerk, the motion was that the following consent item having been given due consideration be received. And I was going to add to it, of course, with the mover and seconder's blessing, and more information be requested for Simcoe County Council. So I look to the mover and seconder. Yes, yes. Okay. Any comments and questions to the amendment? Oh. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, perhaps the response letter to York Region could come from the warden. That's typically how some of these matters are dealt with, and it gives the warden a bit of the flexibility to inquire on some specific details. So with your okay and the mover and seconder is okay that more information be requested in the form of a response letter to York Region seeking further details.
And from Warden Clark, I think
warden.
we should put that right in there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because Basil, you got lots of time. So mover and seconder, are you okay with that addition? Everyone's saying yes. Okay, any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Council. So we're moving on to item number 13, which is CCW 2025-093, potential impact of trade tariffs and counter tariffs on county procurement activities and budget planning. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Who wants to move that? Councillor Fowler? Councillor Hamlin? Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation, please, and then I'll open up for discussion. That item CCW 2025-093, dated March 25th, 2025, regarding potential impact of trade tariffs and counter tariffs on county procurement and budget planning be received, and that staff continue to monitor the evolving tariff and counter tariff environment and develop strategies for the procurement of goods, services, and construction that align with provincial and federal responses and minimize operational and financial impact on the County of Simcoe. And that staff monitor 2025 costs to identify material tariff and counter tariff impacts, develop the 2026 budget and long-term financial plan with consideration for potential ongoing impacts to affected goods and services. Report to Council as significant information becomes available as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-093. Any comments and questions as to the motion that's before you? Councillor Leduc.
Yeah, I'm going to not speak in favor of it because I'm a little disappointed with the motion as it sits. Bradford took a lead in this situation a while back. We have redone our procurement bylaw to buy local, buy Canadian. And I think this doesn't absolutely hit it at all. This is monitoring. We have potentially a $750 million budget. And there's, in the report, it shows $15 million worth of funds being spent elsewhere outside of Canada. And I can honestly say that, there's going to be times we're going to have to spend money outside of Canada. I can tell you that the plow trucks, the chassis are made in America, in the States. We have no choice but to purchase that. Comes to fire trucks, the same thing, chassis. There are areas that we need to go outside of Canada. But for $15 million, I think that's a lot of money going across the border that we can probably review and stop. This is something that we have to stand together as a country and stand up for. And I haven't brought this to the table. I didn't bring this to the table myself for the county. I was waiting for the warden to bring this forward to have the county address this as a buy local, buy Canadian. This report does not hit it. This report is I'm going to monitor. I would ask that the county develop basically two budgets. One, tariff-related budget, and another one as a regular budget that we move through, because I've asked our staff to do that also. I think those tariffs are going to impact us. They're already impacting us. I can tell you, Bradford is already, we just approved our purchasing requirements. We did our bylaw, and we've already been hit with a tariff increase that council will deal with at the next council meeting in Bradford. But this is something I'm not happy about, and I would love to see that we buy local, buy Canadian written into this budget, because we have the power to do that, and we should be doing it. The Americans have broke the CUMAS, if you want to call it, the CUMAS agreement, and we should be looking at that from a buy local, buy Canadian standpoint, only to help our manufacturing. We're big in the automotive industry here in the county, and I think we need to support them 100% because they are going to be hit hard with tariffs. So I'm not happy with this, and I would have loved to see a buy local, buy Canadian content in here for sure. That's my comments, Warden.
I appreciate your comments. Do I see other Councillor Snell?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I appreciate and respect the fellow councillors' comments and to support Canada in as much as we can. But as we know, the county and all of our municipalities, we use a lot of technology. And a lot of those software systems, I'm assuming, are US based. So to just sort of drop, pivot, turn, that could have a catastrophic impact, not only on terms of the budget and staff resources, but just workload alone. Is anybody able to speak to how much of this is potentially technology expense out of that 15 million, I believe, out of the annual, even just a guesstimate?
I understand your question, so I'm going to look to General Manager Wilcox if you're able to provide a response or defer to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me say a few words, and then I'd like to turn it to staff for some detailed answers. The way the report is written is to try and acknowledge that this is a very fluid situation, that we do not really have certainty yet at this time, and we're separating the political from the operational/practical. So we can certainly, through, I would suggest, the Economic Development Committee support buying local, buying Canadian, encouraging those kind of things to do. In terms of our specific procurement, it is unclear at this time exactly where we're going to end up. April 2nd is a looming date, but then that is still in flux in terms of exactly what will happen. So I am hesitant to do a lot of work in terms of doing that. We're doing lots of background work. We'll be ready when certainty does come and we can bring forward actions that we can take. But my recommendation is to not get ahead of things too much. AMO is advocating the same stance. They're advocating a Team Ontario approach led by the province, and to not get ahead of the province. You'll see communication coming out soon. They're going to be having a forum in June for information about all the tariffs and how it's going to impact municipalities across Ontario, and I'm sure that's going to be a very popular item, but they're waiting until June because we do need some kind of certainty where that's going to happen. And it'll also be at the AMO conference as well. Specifically in terms of maybe a little more color on where we've got our procurement impacts anticipated, I'd turn to our Director Hipwell to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Wilcoxon, through the chair. Everything that has been said, I think, is accurate. We do have a situation that we're analyzing at the moment. We are able to change our procurement practices on the fly, which we will do. We were waiting for clear direction from the province, and on March the 4th, the Premier did announce that he supported municipalities making changes, and I believe it was last week the City of Toronto announced that they will be limiting contract awards to U.S. firms. There's a vague definition of what a U.S. firm is. It's difficult to, as someone said, to twist immediately and turn without making sure we're not impacting the county, our budget, our operations. Software is a really good example of something we obviously would not be able to turn on a dime. I will just give an example. When the announcements originally came out back in February, we were immediately reading through the details, and on that list at the beginning was medical equipment and supplies. And it would seem that there's been some lobbying from hospitals and other obvious medical equipment users. Our paramedics, for example, buy medical equipment from the States. That has been since taken off the list of counter tariffs, so our government will not be tariffing medical equipment coming into Canada. So therefore, there's no impact at all. And that's almost $1 million. So we're going through the list, and we're going to be coming back with what will be determined to be the impact. We're looking at the budget. And of course, the federal election will probably make some changes over the next couple of months as well. So we really are monitoring the contracts we have in the market right now. We will monitor what we choose to award to a U.S. firm if it's absolutely necessary, but we would certainly try to avoid that where we could. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
No, I think it answers very well. Councillor Snell, before I go back to that, Manager Hipwell, is there a mechanism in place for the contracts we have out there that are ongoing, existing, that if they turn around and say, well, I just got hit with a 20% tariff, that they have to justify that tariff? Or they have to provide proof?
Contract law basically requires that we pay tariffs that are implemented.
Understood.
Like we must pay for taxes, and if taxes change, we must pay taxes. The way the counter tariffs work is that when a company in Canada purchases something from the U.S., they're the ones paying that import tariff. They have control as to whether they pass that whole tariff on to us or a part of it. They make that business decision. They would be reaching out to us and saying, the material that you ordered, we've just brought it across the border. We've chosen to provide you with a 10% hit rather than a 15. We're going to absorb 5. You can pay 10, and we would have a choice as to whether to purchase it or not at that point. Now, quite often we've put these orders in well in advance, and we really may not have much of a choice at that point to keep our operations going. But where that occurs, we will be carefully tracking those amounts and providing them to finance so that we're very clear on what is incremental to our plan. And I will just say that as of now, and this has been talked about since January, we've only received 2 letters from vendors who have indicated they may pass tariffs through to us. One is for vehicles at $5,000 per vehicle, and one is an inquiry on windows that I actually have planned for a construction project. And they've said that Alumacor, who gets their windows from the States, may pass on. I believe it's a $12,000 increase. So it's not material at the moment, but we're trying to provide a full analysis, and we'll bring that back to you as soon as we have full information.
No, thank you. I understand how it works. My question is, and I didn't explain myself properly, is there a mechanism in place that if they say to you, it's $12,000 increase, do you verify, look at an invoice, or what do you do to make sure it's $12,000 instead of it being $8,000 because they put on their 50% markup on products?
My apologies, Chair.
No.
Yes, there is. And we do have a plan to, wherever these invoices come through indicating tariffs, that we will be requesting the customs documentation from them to prove the amount was indeed applied.
Thank you so
Sorry about
much.
that.
No, I appreciate it. Councillor Snell, you had a follow-up? My apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up to my initial comment, I don't think I was clear, and thank you for the fulsome answer, is that this is a very complicated, multi-layered situation. So it's not just a quickest fix, rip the Band-Aid off, and all of us just go buy Canadian. It is very complicated, and I appreciate the staff monitoring a very, very fluid situation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Councillor Brian Smith and Chair Dolan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just was going to add that, I commend staff for the position they're taking at this point. This is a very fluid situation, and it's very complicated. It's very easy for us all to say, that's it, don't buy anything American, don't work with any American companies. But I would put to this House that, if we all discontinue working with a lot of American companies, we'll probably put, a good majority of Canadians out of work. Because here in Canada, there are many firms that may be American-based, yet a good amount, if not the majority of their employees, may be here in this country. We have a situation that we've worked with in the town of Wasaga Beach where, there is a certain company, I'm not going to get into names and types, that is American-based but employs 5,000 Ontarians. And to simply discontinue working with that company now and possibly put a good amount of those Canadians or Ontarians out of work, what does that solve? I would say it compounds the issue. And so I commend staff for this approach and as we move forward. And then just to add to the chair's point, we understand that tariffs may be coming our way, but good to know, again, staff, that we do have a mechanism, and most importantly, that any of those tariffs that we must pay, that we ensure that there's no margin placed on those tariffs, because what companies do whenever there's an increase, no matter what it is, they want to take their margin on that increase as well, which is usually anywhere between 10, 18, and 20%. So it's, again, good on staff for thinking about that and making sure that that's not going to happen in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Chair Dolan, please.
Thank you, Chair Norcross. So I'm reminded again of Jim Wilcox's comments when we first talked about this, about going from ditch to ditch, which is what we really need to avoid. And we also need to avoid letting a certain person south of the border drag us down to their level. When we talk Buy Canadian, and that's wonderful, but trade is important. And there's 191 other countries in the world that we can trade with. So I guess it's not about just not buying. It's not about buying Canadian as I see it, as not buying American when we could buy it, say, from the EU or somewhere else, or getting those trading relationships up and going better. But also understanding we're having a Zoom meeting tomorrow. Zoom is American. So there's some things that we just can't avoid. But having said that, I also do appreciate Jim Wilcox said at the AMO board meeting the other day about, for all of us to be cognizant, if you get a supplier saying to you, oh, well, we had to add $5,000 for tariffs, make them prove that they actually had to pay those $5,000, because there will be opportunistic companies that will use this as a way to increase their margin. But I want us to be measured and reflective and calm and still do what we have to do, but do it in a way that doesn't lower us to their level. Thanks.
Thank you for those insightful comments, and I agree with what you have said. So, is there any other comments or questions? And I'm sure many reports will be coming back as the situation unfolds. So I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Leduc, thank you. So now I'm going to say, is there any other matters for consideration? I'm not seeing any. Your Worship, I'll hand it back over to you, please.
Thank you. We've already dealt with the in-camera item. So watch for the meeting tomorrow. It may not be at 1. Jonathan's trying to get we need 24 hours notice, but it will be tomorrow afternoon. So with that, I'm looking at the March 25th, 2025 Committee of the Whole be adjourned at 12:45. Moved by Councillor Leduc. Or did you have a comment, sir, before?
Just about the special meeting you're calling tomorrow. It is specifically for the Committee of the Whole item, item?
Well, no, all the items from the Committee of the Whole. There's 2 bylaws, and we have to ratify the Committee of the Whole.
Okay,
yes.
So it's a special meeting, and can things be called up to, and the special meeting, you have to stick to the agenda. You cannot.
Yeah, you have to stick to the agenda, and the agenda is to ratify the Committee of the Whole.
Because some people aren't going to be able to make it, so we don't want any filibuster going on.
We have to stick to the agenda that'll be publicized here shortly. It's the Committee of the Whole. Even though we passed it, we didn't do the bylaw ratifying, what's the name of the confirmatory bylaw. So those things aren't considered passed. So we have two bylaws to pass that we're back with the Committee of the Whole, land acquisitions, that need to be passed, and then the ratifying bylaw to wrap up the meeting. However, the item that was on the council agenda will not be on the meeting tomorrow. All right? Because we need to get this done. So with that, looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Locke, second by Councillor Gordon. We adjourn at 12:47. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.